Welcome, everyone, to the February 18th Faculty Senate meeting. It looks like we have excellent participation and I'm looking forward to some good conversations. We'll begin, as we always do, with a roll call. Colleen?
Barber? Barrett?
Here.
Boumanier?
Here.
Branyan?
Here.
Brandenburg?
Here.
Brown?
Here.
Carmack?
Here.
Chambliss?
Here.
Chong?
Here.
Corley?
Here.
Luis? Edelman?
Here.
Elman?
Here.
Oh, I got you. Urban?
Here.
Evan? Oh, Davis for Evans?
Here.
Fuentes? Oh, I see you, Georgina. Fuentes? Galt?
Here.
Gordon?
Here.
Graffius? Wood for Green?
Here.
Hadley?
Here.
Hester?
Here.
Ivory?
Here.
Harapasmino?
Here.
Kellison?
Here.
Khan?
Here.
Kimbrell?
Here.
Nice?
Here.
Kramer?
Here.
Sung Lee?
Here.
Trung Lee?
Here.
McKinnon?
Here.
Mason?
Here.
McClinney?
Here.
McLean?
Here.
Nickel?
Here.
Shepherd for Olivieri? I saw you. All right, I'll come back. Pisani? Penco?
Here.
Richter?
Here.
Scullin?
Here.
Self? Scott Meyer?
Here.
Shoemake?
Here.
Snipes?
Here.
Swift?
Here.
Sykes?
Here.
Talbot? Tawidi?
Here.
Weber?
Here.
Way?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Wofford? Yoder?
Here.
All right, we're good. I'm gonna search. I know some of you are coming in, so I'm just gonna search in the participants and mark people present.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Colleen. It looks like both our president and provost are here today, which we're very glad to welcome both of you. So we'll give the floor to President Kelly. President Kelly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And you all forgive me, my camera's not on. I am driving today. So I'm coming to you with in motion if my signal gets a little uncertain. I'll share a few things with you before we pass it along to Dr. Preston and then take any questions you have. Obviously, all of you saw my share with you earlier this week about the Board of Regents' action to resolve the chancellor search. They've named former secretary and former governor Sonny Perdue as the sole finalist. For those who are unfamiliar with the process in Georgia, when a finalist is named for a position like that, there is a kind of a secondary process that occurs after that before a final decision is made by the board, and that's the process that is being undertaken right now. Obviously, that certainly impacts me in that I get a new boss, but as a long-standing chancellor search starts to come to an end, it gives us a foundation to jump from here. As that unfolds and unfurls more, I will be sharing with you all of the details that I learn as we go along, but it's really one that's in the hands of the Board of Regents right now. I'll also note we announced a first of its kind professional partnership with the College Park Skyhawks and the Hawks Talon gaming team. We have an awful lot of programs that intersect sports management, and obviously with
I'm sorry, Dr. Kelly. I think I've completely lost your signal. If other people are experiencing the same thing, we may not be able to hear from you. So I guess I'll give it a couple minutes. Maybe you'll drive back into range and be able to speak with us. If not, I may have to transfer things to the provost. So I'll give this another minute, but we're not really getting a clear signal at this point. Yeah, that's unfortunate, because I did want to hear from the president, as I know many of you did as well. Well, let me say this: if President Kelly, if you're able to get a better connection at any point during this meeting, we'll be happy to switch back to you to give you the floor again. So just let us know. But in the absence of that, I will turn things over to Dr. Preston. Dr. Preston, the floor is yours if you'd like it.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And yes, if the president comes back on, I'll pause and he can have the floor again, of course. Well, good afternoon. Happy Friday, everyone. Hope the semester is going well for you. We are, I guess, about midterm in the spring semester here, and I want to begin by thanking you for your service on Faculty Senate, representing your various constituencies, and also the good work that you're doing, not only on Faculty Senate, but in the various subcommittees. I see we've got a packed agenda and a lot of things that you all are working on, and appreciate very much the time and dedication that you bring to each of these matters. I want to start by talking about Chicago architecture for a moment. And although West Georgia doesn't have an architecture program, and we're certainly located in Chicago, want to talk about Daniel Burnham today. For those of you that might be new to that name, he was a Chicago architect and really the development of the modern skyscraper. And a quote that's often attributed to Burnham, I think, is a guiding one for our discussion today. Burnham was quoted as saying, "Dream no small dreams, for they have no power to move the hearts of people." And I want to start with that because we have a huge opportunity to influence lives and to dream big at West Georgia and as academics. And many of you have heard me talk about the importance of the work that you're doing and the academy. And I want to start by affirming that we have a lot of things that take our attention, especially during midterms, the midpoint of a semester. And while we might reflect at the end of a term or the beginning of a term, kind of the new year, the ending or the beginning of a new year, it's important for us to never lose focus about what's possible and dreaming big dreams. I want that to be a guiding principle for our discussion today. And Burnham was important in that he imagined new possibilities that didn't exist at the time. In the same way, a lot of the things that we're doing, we're imagining what could be, leading and taking care of certainly what is, but also creating the next. And you've seen that in our strategic plan, the opportunities that we're creating for students, and every day continuously getting better as individuals, as in an organization. So my comments today are really focused around some of the great things that are going on at West Georgia and kind of building what could be. Had the good fortune of the Board of Regents meeting last week emphasized one of our great students, the Academic Recognition Day Scholar for West Georgia, was one of 26 students that each institution presented last week at the Board of Regents meeting. And Sarah Rogers was our representative. This is an amazing student with a 4.0 GPA. She graduated in December with anthropology degree and was an honors college student. Combining her project combined anthropology and biology on marching band, the impact of marching band on the human body. So in so many ways, Ms. Rogers captured so many things going on at West Georgia: honors, anthropology, marching band, undergraduate research. And she's interested in continuing in graduate studies at West Georgia in public history. So for our Center for Public History, there are just so many things that converge in this amazing student. And it was wonderful to see them presented at the Board of Regents meeting yesterday. So I want you to know that the Regents and the state see the good work that West Georgia is doing, as typified by Sarah and so many of our students. I continually advocate for our institution, as I know the president does, and happy to report that kind of showcase and that positive spotlight on West Georgia last week. I want to thank Janet Donahoe, David Bolt, and Twyla Perryman, who reviewed those student applicants and those that were nominated by the various colleges, and thank the faculty and the leadership that presented these eligible students and helped us select Sarah as our representative. Following along those lines, I've spent the last few days down in Albany, Georgia, at the Regents Advisory Council for Academic Affairs, the gathering of provosts that we do every semester. And I want to say that the system office, we had lively conversation of a number of topics, and I'll be relaying some of that to you. Number one, the appreciation that the system has for your good work and the work around the state at our institutions. We know that this is, and they recognize that these are challenging times, and people are asked to do so many things in service to students and to the state. And system office was expressing, the acting chancellor expressed appreciation for the work of all of our faculty and staff. Also, the system office is actively advocating to the benefit of UWG and to the other institutions. And a great example of this, you've seen this in the news, you've seen this through various notifications, the $5,000 raise for all state employees, and the work that the system office is doing with the governor's office and legislators to make sure that is moving forward. During this legislative session, there are a number of bills that are advancing, and a number of items that the system office is advocating for. I'll pass on that they're tracking over 230 bills that have either a direct or an indirect impact on the USG and our students. And so I appreciate the work that the system office is doing on behalf of us as faculty and staff, as well as the students. One such example of a bill that they're tracking on is State Bill 509, which is a bill focused on dual enrollment and the articulation between the TCSG and the USG to help clearly define which classes will count and transfer between. So as you all know, that there are a lot of nuances to our curricula, and it's important to get that right, and so that every credit that a student takes helps them advance towards their academic goals and graduation. So just a small example of the work that the USG is doing and some of the things that came up at RACA. Also want to address, I see later in your agenda, you've got scroll down to it, the discussion of SB 377. And I had a conversation with the executive committee last week on that. I'll emphasize that the sponsors of these bills have made public statements on numerous occasions about ensuring that academic freedom is protected, regardless of what happens with SB 377 or any other legislation. There have been a number of affirmations that ensure intellectual freedom and what faculty can teach in the classroom. So I want you all to know that I've been having discussions and advocacy on that within Faculty Senate Executive Committee last week. I gave my affirmation as comments were brought, and I'll do it here publicly to state that the work that we are doing and the diverse concepts within our domains in various academic affairs, I see the strength of that work and want people to have the assurance that the bill sponsors have made public statements to the same effect. This morning, the institution came together for our Continuous Improvement Institute, led by Janet Pilcher. And one of the things that I presented on was focusing on the QEP. And Dr. Akins, I'm sure, will dive into some more details about that and give us an update in a moment. But my comment this morning at the CII was focused on the QEP not as another additional thing that we're doing, just kind of work on it, publish it, put it to the side, but it's really core alongside Momentum Summit, which the USG is in the middle of, and many of you all are engaged in last week, this week, and next for the momentum work and for efforts towards retention, progression, and graduation. But the big 6 elements that we talked about in the CII today, and that we'll have an Academic Affairs Continuous Improvement Institute next Friday, really is a kind of a combination of a lot of various efforts going across UWG about how do we support students, how do we create a place for them and make sure that they are welcomed, as well as creating experiential opportunities. And this happens in so many great ways across UWG, whether it's internships or capstones or practica, undergraduate research, such as what Sarah was able to experience. We're doing fantastic on this. And I know that through this QEP review process and what we'll be working on isn't a new thing. It's just taking what we're already doing and taking it to the next level and putting the spotlight on it to make sure that it's an opportunity for all of our students. So looking forward to sharing some of the outcomes from the Academic Affairs Continuous Improvement Institute with you all in the future. But our work next Friday will be really focusing on operationalizing the Big 6 into each of our academic units, and then measuring those quarterly through Zytrax as we're doing for our strategic plans across the institution. One thing I'll also share with you from this morning's Continuous Improvement Institute was we broke out into various working groups, and throughout all of them, I sampled many of them and went around, and there was a common theme that there was an interest in capturing faculty and staff superlatives. And this just goes to my affirmation of the great work that you all are doing, that students and alumni really connect with and appreciate West Georgia faculty and staff. We hear this at graduation, we hear this while they're here, and then alumni are coming back and saying, well, how is this professor doing, or how is this staff person doing? Because they connect with, and that's great to hear. We know that that's the case, and that's kind of the heart of the Institute. So glad to see that that was captured this morning, and we'll see how to emphasize that going forward as well. Got a couple of updates on some things going on across the institution I want to make sure everybody is aware of. I'm happy to report that ARCOB has recently got an extension on their accreditation for business and accounting programs. So AACSB has made that recommendation, and kudos to everyone in business for not only going through that reaffirmation process, but all of the work that it takes in positioning yourselves so well. Out of research, just found out, it was earlier this week, that the Oak Ridge Associated Universities has made a recommendation that UWG be added as an associate member. This will be ratified and voted on officially next month in about 2 weeks at their annual meeting. But the Oak Ridge Association of Universities manages about $2 billion of Department of Ed and about $200 million in Department of Defense internships, scholarships, summer faculty, research fellows in partnership with NASA. And this just shows that West Georgia is connecting with external funding agencies and providing new opportunities for faculty to have these connections and have these funding sources. I'll say we're in good company, that in the state of Georgia, we're joining the ranks of Augusta, Clark Atlanta, Emory, Georgia Tech, Georgia State, Mercer, Spelman, and UGA. So as I understand it, we will be the only comprehensive institution within the system to join this association and have these opportunities. So kudos to everyone that worked on that and for upping our game and providing new opportunities. You've seen the announcements, but I'll echo them here that we have a new executive director for accreditation and quality enhancement in Dr. Kevin Gwaltney joining us next month. I'm excited to fill this position and make sure that West Georgia has the resources to focus on our upcoming class of 24 SAC COC reaffirmation. That's not something that just happens overnight, but that there are many, many months and years that go into positioning us well for that reaffirmation visit, and look forward to Dr. Gwaltney coming and helping lead that team towards that. We also looking forward to Ashleisha Shirky joining us. She will be the Executive Director of Institutional Effectiveness and Assessment, and bringing more opportunity for data-informed decision-making across UWG and working with IEA and leading that team. A couple of other updates. You've seen the Innovations in Teaching Fellows call, and I personally am impressed with everyone who submitted application. There were a number of great faculty doing good things inside and outside of the classroom, focused on innovations in their pedagogy. And I'm happy to see that selection process will be moving forward soon. And we'll have a number of faculty fellows who will be capturing what they're doing with their innovations inside the classroom with AV and other approaches, kind of breaking down that notion of time and space and supporting new expectations that students have of how they learn, when and where they learn. And then looking forward to seeing a panel, a discussion panel or talks later this semester of those faculty, highlighting the good work that they're doing. We also have presented to the Dean's Council this past month and shared out through all the colleges. I want to commend Camilla Gant, Rebecca Smith, and Rolitza Akins on looking at 5-year plans of course offerings for Noonan and Douglasville. We've offered courses in these campuses for a number of years, but this is the first time that we've had any such forward-looking strategic plan, integrating very carefully the courses in general education, serving dual enrollment students, and also program-specific needs on these sites, and really bootstrapping how we offer them. There's a chicken and egg issue here. We've often offered sections that didn't fill and were canceled, which undermined people's confidence in signing up for them. So being able to guarantee that we'll be offering courses at certain times on these campuses and getting creative in co-listing them, perhaps with offerings that we have on the Carrollton campus, and growing that enrollment is going to be key going forward. So following up on kind of going back to my work with the USG, we had a discussion about academic roadmaps and reporting going forward. I appreciate some innovative thinking that various places across academic affairs are looking at. Supply chain management, looking at esports management, information systems and cybersecurity, and business analytics were those that we presented and had great interest from the system office. And also want to address that every year we are required, every institution is required to report on low enrollment and degrees that we are not meeting that USG expectation of a rolling 3-year average of 10 degrees awarded per program at the undergraduate level, 5 at the master's, and 3 at the doctoral level. West Georgia has 15 such programs, some of which we're already in process, or we've already put forward to the board to eliminate based on discussions we've had historically and enrollment. But I want to pass on and to the Faculty Senate, and I'll be addressing this with the deans, and they'll be working with you, that there's a heightened expectation that for any degree that we're offering, that it's meeting that threshold. And what are we doing to make sure that if a program is not meeting that expectation, what are we doing to revitalize it or to address shifting market or shifting needs to get more students into these programs? So we'll be addressing that. I know you all have looked at these in your comprehensive analysis of programs, And we'll be continuing those discussions and communicating that to the Board of Regents in the next year. So bringing it back full circle, appreciate dreaming big and seeing what's possible, the work that you all are doing. This takes work, it takes resources, it takes change, and we can do these things together. Although, you know, individually we can't pull them off. As an institution, we're doing great things, and you all are allowing students to dream big, just like Ms. Rogers and her graduation back in December. I'm looking forward to commencement at the end of this semester and celebrating each of the students that you all are helping get across that commencement stage. And so thank you. Happy to pass the mic back to you, Dr. Williams, and perhaps to the Vice Provost thereafter.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Preston. And if I know President Kelly's in on this call, I don't know if you're in a position, President Kelly, to speak to us. If you want to jump in here,
Sure.
Yours.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm gonna
you're
do
coming
my-
in very clear right now.
Great. I'm going to do my best until technology fails me again. I think I left off with our partnership with the Hawks organization. Again, I'll be brief on that. That provides built-in designated professional opportunities and professional development opportunities for University of West Georgia students. And that is that type of partnership replicated across other organizations and companies is something that we hope to see, so that we're not just sending students out to compete for internships, but rather they're competing internally for internships that are already designated for our students. Second, for those of you who are interested in baseball fans, we do have the Atlanta Braves World Champions Trophy. That will be stopping by the Coliseum on March 1st from 2 to 5. I say that because I was with a variety of other educational leaders the other day, and they all raised that issue, and none of them have the World Championship Trophy coming to their campus. So that's something special that we're able to do for the University of West Georgia community, and I was pleased with that. I hope you'll all come out and take a photo. May 12th, 2022, you probably saw this in the announcement. I shared it from the desk of the president earlier this week, but Human Resources, Staff Council, and a number of others, but Human Resources has really been the driver. We've spent a considerable amount of time on trying to rebuild a 21st century employee recognition and employee development program. This really comes on the recognition side. Pandemic has caused a lot of things to pause or stop or end. And Human Resources, along with many others throughout the university, sat down and said, what's going to be meaningful to people? And that goes right along with the strategic plan on having the types of traditions and experiences that people want to be a part of. So from that came a all-employee recognition day. On May 12th, we will gather at the football stadium. We'll have a program about 11 o'clock where we will be able to distribute a number of recognitions to employees. And then afterwards, we're going to gather. We're going to have lunch together and be able to have fellowship with each other. Having been through days like this, and I know many of you have too, it's special when we get a chance to get together in an environment like that. And I hope that all of you will put that on your calendars and make it out. Additionally, we have some celebrations, and forgive me, Dr. Preston, if you've already mentioned these. I was out of pocket for a bit, but I think even if Dr. Preston did note it, it is worth noting again, 72% of the local teachers of the year for Carrollton City Schools, Carroll County Schools, are UWG alumni. That is an illustration of excellence, and certainly part of the product of this university. That's coupled with Dr. Laura Smith, who was recognized as the Educator of the Year, the Thomas Upchurch Workforce Education Award by the Carroll County Chamber of Commerce. We got together last week with the Chamber of Commerce and recognized Dr. Smith as she was flanked by many of her colleagues. That was special. Congratulations, Laura. Really something that was fantastic. And that came right on the heels. And I know we've announced, but again, it goes, then we should mention often, Richards College of Business is Jeannie Pridmore, and University College's Department of Student Success Board of Regents Awards. Jean Jenkins Jr. Hall of Fame Faculty Award, and the Department of Student Success was honored with the Regents Momentum Year Award. We've spent a lot of time at different meetings of colleagues throughout the USG over the last 8 months or so, talking a lot about the momentum approach that's taking hold at UWG. And I will tell you that our institution continues to stand out in our embrace of the momentum approach. And that was special. And finally, one last recognition, and that's Bridget Stewart. Part of the strategic plan is to produce and evolve a wellness framework, an integrated wellness framework for the University of West Georgia that both activates opportunities and wellness within the boundaries of the university and beyond to the communities that we are in service to. Bridget Stewart is uniquely qualified on that front. Her growth mindset, positive attitude, but her expertise in integrative wellness and her leadership on the National Institute on that front is a special attribute of the University of West Georgia. I've asked her to be the Chief Wellness Officer and help bring all of our wellness framework that affects everyone. If there's anything the last 2 years of pandemic has taught humanity, it's that wellness is the underpinning for everything. We learned that with mental health, physical health, but there are many other dimensions of wellness that we need to make certain that we are addressing, and more importantly, that we're taking the assets, intellectual capital that we have and activating them the best we possibly can to have the greatest impact. Because I'm not sure we're going to make any progress on anything without making sure that we address wellness first. So I'm grateful for Bridget's leadership on that front. And finally, I'll just share a quick legislative update. I know Dr. Preston's addressed some of that as well, but let me work through a couple of the budget items. One of which is humanities. We are so far we have made the stage 3 of humanities, which is FF&E, through the budget. That's fantastic, and we are incredibly grateful to be able to finish that project. Of course, the scary part of every project that we're engaged in America right now when it comes to construction, facilities, or renovation are the cost escalations and inflation. And that is a very complex subject, and we're working through that as well, although it is emerging every day. Second, you'll recall that the governor's budget has designated $5,000 raises for all state employees. And while that does not immediately apply to USG employees, the budget does at this time include money for the USG to achieve the same outcome. But the step process is that would go from the legislature into the Board of Regents, and then the Board of Regents would designate those dollars according to their constitutional authority. Nonetheless, that has been a popular agenda item, certainly is on the state employee side, but it's been a popular agenda item for all of the legislators, and every region I've spoken with as well is really excited about having that type of investment in all of the employees across the system. With that, I will end my remarks and pass it back to you, Dr. Williams.
Well, thank you, President Kelly. Very much appreciate that. I think at this point, we'll probably go to the Vice Provost, and then we'll open it up for Q&A for any of the senior administrators. Dr. Akins, if you would like to address the Senate, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
I would like to talk about the QEP and the stage we're at. And first and foremost, to commend all colleagues who participated in the review of the submitted proposals. I would like to read their names to the Senate in a high recognition of their talent and dedication. And these colleagues are Beth Shepard, Bonnie Jett, Charles Sidniano, Holly Dever, Kimberly Scranage, Martin McPhail, Michael Hester, Nisha Gupta, Robert Morris, Stacy Britton, and Steve Hamby. Thank you so very much for your talent and time. You may already know that we had 6 proposals submitted. The original proposals that were submitted were about experiential learning, news media and information literacies, the language of leadership, level up empowering career and curricular confidence, comprehensive internationalization, and career readiness and connections. All these proposals were reviewed by the team, and the team invited some of the teams to combine efforts. For example, the language of leadership was aligned and combined with the proposal from news media and information literacies. And the original proposal of experiential learning now includes ideas from career connections. I would like to mention that the full information about the proposals was sent to the Executive Committee of the Faculty Council with the ask to please disseminate and allow for all campus, all faculty input and review, and feedback on both proposals is expected to be provided back to me by April 1st. So with that, I would like to ask if Dr. Bob Morris, who led the discussions and deliberations of the team, would like to add anything to this presentation.
Thanks, Dr. Akins. I have to tell you, I've been on a number of committees for the last 30 years, but I think ours did a pretty good job in a relatively short period of time. And that's because it was made up of a good bunch of folks that put their, did what they had to do. You know, it's hard to judge your colleagues and because we've got a lot of friends that have had good proposals, but we tried to focus on combining them, which I think is a good effort on our part. So we took 2 of the lead proposals and saw that 2 others could fit very nicely with them, and I think that they will. And now it's up to you guys to take a hard look at it, put a faculty committee together to take a look at it from representing the Senate and see where it goes from here. But I think we've done our due diligence to this point.
Thank you, Dr. Morris. This is all I have for today. So thank you, Dr. Williams, back to you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Akins. So I appreciate the willingness of all of you to take questions. And I have a number of pre-submitted questions. And then I know there are some people who would like to ask some questions from the floor as well. And I hope we'll have time for all of that. So the first pre-submitted question that I received was addressed to President Kelly. President Kelly, the question is, when will we see the results of the UWG faculty and staff survey that we took last fall at the beginning of October?
Sorry, I got kicked out again, Dr. Williams, but I think I heard that question. The survey that was administered last fall was part of a discovery session or discovery research for the new marketing firm that we were onboarding at that time. We have an integrated communications meeting coming up with a broad range of leaders, and there's a high-level summary of that survey data that's going to be shared out then. It was intended for the researchers for that marketing firm, but we're happy to share that out with everybody else. So that's coming, I know, in the next couple of weeks. I just don't have that in front of me right now, what the date is.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that would be wonderful. I know at the November Senate meeting, we asked you about it, and at that time you said you would be happy to give a report to the Senate at some point in the future. So after that data is processed and cleared for distribution, we would love to invite you to speak with us about that or present that in some form if you're interested.
Yeah, I'll make a note for that, and maybe it'll be for the March Senate meeting.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. Really appreciate that. The next question is either for you, President Kelly, or for you, Dr. Preston, and that is, why was the Budget Committee denied access to the budget and the budget narrative? And then why was it necessary for the Budget Committee to submit an open records request to gain access to the budget narrative?
It's a great question. I didn't hear about that until that unfurled that way. There's nothing, we're a public university. There's nothing that protected about that particular narrative. I would say, from a timing perspective, the narrative is kind of a draft document until it goes through some of our USG colleagues, and that precedes it going to the board. But aside from that, I think that's a kerfluffle and being in between CBOs.
Okay, thank you. There's a question. The next couple questions I think are probably best directed to Dr. Preston, since they're about specific aspects of academic affairs. And so the first question is about summer classes, Dr. Preston. And so the question is, please share details about how programs can determine minimum enrollments necessary to run summer classes. And specifically, can each program break even with a large class balancing a small one, or does each class have to meet a certain threshold in order to run?
Sure, happy to address that. My message to the deans last summer, and we're going to be carrying that forward into summer of 22, is each class should be looked at individually and meet that threshold. At that point, we've got options of either considering the balance, as you've suggested, if there's a much larger section and a smaller, or can we prorate if the faculty choose to teach it for the prorated amount? That's an option, or we can cancel the class. So number of factors that go into that, but we need to make sure that we are not losing money on summer as a whole. And how to achieve that is to look at each individual class separately and see, is it needed? Do we have duplication? If we've got low enrollment in summer and low enrollment in spring and fall, are we over offering it? Should it be offered fewer times and have those students take the class in the spring or the fall? I'm all for driving enrollment in summer. My charge to the deans a year ago was to increase summer significantly and utilize wait list and schedule appropriately. So my first focus is on getting more students into and creating a culture where students are driving towards a 4-year graduation rate. Studies have shown that students who take even 1 or 2 classes in summers are much more likely to graduate on time. And that fits well into our retention, progression, graduation strategies. So specifically about which courses are going to be offered, the enrollment minimums, we're going to emulate last summer. And the conversation was, if there's a course that's under enrolled, then the deans presented recommendations to me, and we'll take it on an individual basis. So I can appreciate there's differences, as I've stated numerous times, between different programs. Different academic disciplines have different costs, materials costs, to make that course viable, whether it's a summer or a fall or spring. And I'm interested in maximizing that for students and also maximizing that for salary compensation. I know that's an important factor for people.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure faculty would appreciate as much information as they can get on that as they prepare for summer offerings. The next question for you, Dr. Preston, is very specific. It's about the Scholars Day event. And the question is, why did you not approve the cancellation of afternoon classes during the upcoming Scholars Day event, as has sometimes been done in the past? And the faculty member who asked that said that I'm asking this because class cancellation was a very important contributor to the success of past Scholars Day events.
Yeah, fantastic question. And I addressed with Dean Donahoe last year. I'm looking at this from a Carnegie contact hours perspective, and if we're not doing an activity related to a course, then that cuts down on the contact hours, and that puts at risk our the course and the accreditation. So what I would encourage faculty who are interested in doing this would be to tie Scholars Day, which I think is a fantastic event. And I encourage all of our students to participate and our faculty to connect with this, but tying it individually. So for each course saying, if you attend this Scholars Day, we're not having class on this day because you should use that time to engage in Scholars Day. That empowers individual faculty on a per course basis to make that determination. And if there's not a connection, then from an accreditation perspective and a Carnegie contact hours perspective, then faculty need to be have that flexibility to have their class on that day.
Yeah, thank you. The next three questions have to do with CACSI and some of the things that have happened since the combination of various programs to form the college. And so the first of those questions is, it's been a year since the formation of CACSI, and how has the decision to merge several colleges into one and recombine or split several departments within those colleges improved the university?
I'll defer that question. That's a question within the college, and so I think that question is best directed to Dean Gagnon.
Well, I think well, I don't know who asked this question. It came in as one of the anonymous questions, but I would guess that the question was posed to you or to President Kelly because it's not up to deans to decide who constitutes their college. That's a presidential decision, I believe.
Sure, I'll be happy to comment on that. One, I think organizational frameworks are points in time, and if you recall, part of the timing related to that organizational framework was one when we were also dealing with, as we have for some time, a serious state budget cut. But that being said, and I lead with that because I think it's important to note that just because we've invented something doesn't mean that we couldn't do it differently. We should all be thinking about how to do it best, and that is a constant conversation. Nonetheless, I think Dean Gagnon's done a fantastic job of nurturing some interdisciplinarity throughout that college, being able to make certain that a lot of the experiences that mark a university campus and a university experience are derived from work that's done in that college, especially the sharing. I'll give you a great example, and that's the regional science fair that I had the opportunity to attend a couple of weeks ago. The purposeful outreach that occurred in the regional science fair, which brought together a certain segment of colleagues within that college, connected the university right into a wide variety of younger students who then get a chance to get the flavor of UWG. I will note that type of activity coming out of that college is regular, and it happens across a wide variety of different departments. If I can give you examples where computing is and computer science are gathered together as colleagues, trying to connect with new students and prospective students, doing that purposeful outreach, just the way visual art, just closed a show last night with a large gathering of participants and spectators. I think one of the great things that's come out of that particular college is the persistent attempt to create community, intellectual curiosity, and engagement. I think it is a unique set of disciplines that have the ability to do that in an interdisciplinary fashion, but also to make that part of the, kind of the philosophy of that particular college. So I think there's a number of dimensions in which bringing different colleagues together, having them think about interdisciplinarity differently, having them think about outreach in relationship to each other has produced a lot of success. Does that mean that there aren't other frameworks that could accomplish similar outcomes? Absolutely not. But if we're asking about that particular one, I think those are some fantastic takeaways, and I'm grateful to Dean Gagnon and other leaders in that college for getting us there.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate you taking the question. The next two questions I think are related. I think they come from different people, but they're questions that have to do with discontent over the perception that certain departments were artificially split. So the first of those is, why was DSEPS, which would be the department that includes criminology and political science that's in University College, separated from the other social sciences that are in CACSU?
I'd be happy to take that question too. Those are two areas that are increasingly difficult to decode for some students. And I say that because post-graduation outcomes in those two areas, you have a lot of people who are a lot of student data that's just suggested that they couldn't see the why behind the area of study as clearly as maybe they could in the past. And bear in mind, especially for crim, you're talking about a period of time where questions about law enforcement in America were being raised in very complex and complicated ways, and by many different generations of people. So part of the philosophy behind putting them together was to create some unique opportunities inside of the context of University College and create balance across academic affairs, right? Because when you put too much density into one particular area, voices get lost. So it is important to have a kind of a size balance or a density balance across colleges. And we've experienced that. I've been through academic reorganization at multiple institutions. And when you go through that, sometimes you end up with, kind of small, medium, and large. And that does not optimize the outcome and outcomes of the institution at large. So creating balance was part of that, but also having the opportunity for us to invent. You've got public service and civic engagement are two purposes that are interrelated. They are connected philosophically, and they connect together in the sense of purpose that often comes from the professionals that emerge from those areas. So bringing those two disciplines together outside of the context, let's call it in a context that provided a maybe greater ability for experimentation and innovation, because they weren't surrounded by the same types of academic structures, produced an opportunity. Now, the question of how well we take advantage of that opportunity is a different one, but it is, from a philosophical perspective and recognition of our financial realities and what we were trying to achieve and are trying to achieve in terms of connecting students to purposes that are larger than themselves, which I think those two areas of study inherently do. I think that framework produced that opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you. And one more regarding this is regarding the math department being split between general education and UC and a math department or a math program that's in CACSI. And so the question is, now that the math department has been split between UC and CACSI, how should faculty teaching in the math program in CACSI handle students who pass pre-calculus in courses offered in general education, in university college, and then go on to fail calculus in CACSI? Who should be blamed in this case? Should the CACSI math program adopt a placement test to see if students arriving from UC math classes are ready for CACSI calculus classes? I know that's a fairly specific academic affairs question.
Very, very specific. Yeah. I'll address the kind of broad discussion outside of the specifics of, math 1113 to calculus, and say that those discussions across UWG should be part of our continuous improvement within the disciplines. So if there's any situation where someone gets an A in the prerequisite and then fails the next, there could be a number of reasons why that occurs. And I'll map this more broadly to enabling student success, right? And I know that that's a topic of great interest as part of promotion and tenure and PTR analysis. So let's talk about enabling student success. We do that in a number of ways. Some factors of student success are outside of our control. The food insecurity was an issue that was raised in kind of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs in the RACA meeting earlier this week. And we need to make sure that students are well taken care of in all aspects of their lives. And the university has an opportunity to do that. Very difficult for a student to bring their whole self to a class and be successful, depending on what's going on outside of the classroom. But for all of the elements that we have control over inside of the class, it's incumbent on the faculty and the discipline to say what's going on in the prerequisite class and what are the outcomes there, and how are we measuring those, and then how do those feed into latter courses. It could be a one-to-one correspondence between a prereq. It could be that students are not succeeding in a latter course that's 2 or 3 courses down. And the faculty have disciplinary expertise on that. So, we can have faculty come together between UC and CACSI to look at that. And that's precisely what the charge was 9 months ago, was part of our comprehensive analysis program. We had DFW rates for every single course and every section going back multiple years. And the question that you're asking is exactly what we as faculty should be continually looking at. And in this particular case, I would ask the math faculty in both UC and CACSI to come together and say, what is it about that situation that has occurred? And what are we doing that there might be some students that are missing out? I'll go back years ago teaching courses where it was possible, to say that a student is successful in 80% of the material. That could have meant that they got 100% on every assignment all the way up to week 13 or so. And then they turned nothing in on those last assignments. So they got zeros and still got a B in the class. Depending on how we structure the course, those concepts at the end of the term might be vitally important for a latter course. And so how are we structuring things to make sure that they're getting a sufficient knowledge of all of the concepts that are going to matter to them later on? So to the specific question, I appreciate it. And I would say, let's have that conversation among the faculty expertise.
Thank you. What is the status of professional leave applications? So far this year, people who applied for professional leave in the fall have not heard anything about the status of their applications. Are they going to hear something this year? And if so, when and how?
Yes, I'm still working with the deans on that, and that should be resolved well before the planning for this upcoming academic year.
Okay, and as a quick follow-up to that question, if there's a negative recommendation at any level, is there an option for appeal of that, or are all decisions at every level final?
So the process is that their recommendations are made. The decision rests within the office of the provost, and so if a decision is made and someone wants to make a case, I'm happy to hear that, but there's no formal process to appeal beyond the local institution.
Very good, thanks. There's a question about the change in academic advising. Of course, as you know, the Faculty Senate discussed this with you a few months ago, and this is a question from a faculty member who is asking about some of the effects of that. So this, I think, comes from a CACSE faculty member and says, this person says, over the past 5 months, students in my program have been shuffled between 4 professional advisors in the advising center, at times without a program coordinator being duly notified. And recently, this person said, I heard some expressions of puzzlement from students regarding changes in advisors. And the person writes, this is taking place at the same time that many faculty members in my program have been stable in their position for 5 or more years. And these same faculty members used to do a lot of official advising for students about a certain number of credit hours. And that system seemed to afford some stability in advising for these students. And that stability has since been lost. So the question is, with that long preamble, what are the advantages to UWG students of the switch to fully professional advising in the current circumstances? And is anyone studying the potential negative student perceptions about UWG that may be emerging as a result of the new system?
Sure, I'll start by saying that this is a best practice that's been adopted widely throughout the academy. Within the USG, I'll point to Georgia State that has won significant accolades and success in professional advising and gotten national visibility for their work. So the idea of adopting professional advising is not unique to UWG or to any particular program in CACSE or any other college or school. So this is adopting a best practice. If we have a challenge with any individual student, then let's address that, and happy to have that conversation. But the idea of professional advisors and this shift that UWG adopted in recent past for specific programs, most recently, but for all programs going back a ways, this is standard best practice. And to the idea of how is it working, if we have an opportunity to improve, do things better in the Center for Academic Success and Advising, the transition between professional advising in early years into faculty-focused advising and mentorship in the latter years of study, then let's solve that locally where it's occurring.
Okay, well, thank you. This question is about program credit for XIDS. As you know, of course, at your direction, programs across the university have been doing program reviews for the last few months. We've been looking at credit hours generated within programs. And so a faculty member says, if we're trying to encourage interdisciplinary teaching and learning, why is it that programs don't get credit for XIDS classes taught by faculty within those programs?
Yeah, I guess I'd ask for clarification on the question, meaning they're not getting credit. It's either within their workload or it's a stipend on top of. Can you explain how someone might not be getting credit for a course they're teaching?
Yeah, so I think what they mean, and you can correct me and I guess a faculty member if this is incorrect, but I think what they mean is that, say if I as a history professor decided to teach as one of my courses this semester an XIDS class, that I would get credit for teaching the XIDS class, but my program would not get credit. So when we say student credit hours generated within the program, the more XIDS teaching that we do as history faculty, unless it's an overload, but if it's not an overload, then the fewer student credit hours that we're generating in history, and then we might end up looking like we're not generating a whole lot of credit hours in our program when actually our faculty are generating credit hours. They're just, for the university, they're just being generated in XIDS.
Sure. Okay. Thanks for the clarification. I think I can explain this in 2 ways. As you pointed out, Dr. Williams, there's workload for a faculty who gets credit for and would put that in their annual evaluation and is negotiated with their chair. And I love the idea of interdisciplinary work. I mean, the XIDS courses serve in that. And to kind of refer back to President Kelly's comment, it's the intersection of these disciplines where there's some really cool things happening. So let's start off by saying that's fantastic. The individual person can be teaching that. Then the other side of that is looking at the program analysis and total credit hours generated by prefix. And you're absolutely right that if there's a credit hour decline or a student enrollment and demand decline in a particular area, then one way to meet the workload of those faculty in a program that's smaller now than it was a year to 5 years ago would be to teach these XIDS courses or other courses. Enrollment and credit hour production decline in an area is what it is, right? And teaching XIDS independent of credit hour within discipline. So let's separate these two things out. XIDS and interdisciplinary work is fantastic, and we should create a space for that and honor and give credit to the faculty that are doing that. That's great work. Completely separate from that is the analysis of credit hour in a discipline. So whether it's a history prefix or English or computing or early childhood, whatever the discipline is, then that's a separate analysis altogether. So faculty should absolutely be getting credit for the XIDS and the workload that makes up for, the portion of their workload that contributes to. That's completely independent of analysis in programs and credit hours produced in any academic discipline.
Well, thank you. There's a question about enrollment data that maybe either you or President Kelly would like to take, if you're willing. And so the question is, can you give us an update on where we are in enrollment data compared to last year and the year before? So that would include both retention for the spring, but also as we're looking ahead for the fall. I know it's still very early in the process, but are we getting some applications in? And if so, how do the numbers of early applications this year compare to the early application, to the numbers that we would have gotten, say, last February or the February before that?
So I'm happy to take that, and Dr. Preston, you might have to tag team with me, or and I don't know if I have others on the call in that regard. You're asking some questions, and because I'm driving, I won't be able to get to the specifics, but I can give you a general overview, and I can give you a pretty good high-level summary that I think it should be coupled with a summary of what's happening in the state of Georgia and in the USG by sector, because that's where UWG was having a kind of a wavering over a 5-year period of wavering, a pretty consistent decline in undergraduate enrollment, that where there were spurts that kind of combated that, but they were really offset by organic growth in graduate enrollment. So let's track with a year ago. We were running a very different enrollment approach with Vice President Scranage. She's really working through a multi-dimensional enrollment framework, and we've had a lot of discussion with regents and with USG colleagues across the state. If we have to adapt to a multi-dimensional approach, it's not an undergraduate and graduate. In fact, it's really us asking what it is that we're offering in the first place, because the expectations for enrollment they're just simply not the same that they were for students 24 months ago. And we really have to recognize that. And I know that that's uncomfortable for people because, I was having a conversation with a colleague in the College of Business this morning. We were talking about the fact that we used to do real estate. We don't now because of declining credit hours and changes. But there's a certification in commercial real estate. And the question, our conversation went, well, why don't we offer that as a component of the area of study? So maybe I'm not getting a degree in real estate, but as a component and add-on to me earning my baccalaureate degree, I'm also going to be kind of directed into this commercial real estate certification. Well, that's very different than the way in which we've thought about it in the past, and it attracts a different student, especially if I'm a 35-year-old student, and the world has changed dramatically over the last 24 months, and I want to go to school, but I have to go under terms that work for me at 35. We talk a lot about adult education and kind of serving others who are not the natural 18 to 22-year-old undergraduate student. Well, that's going to mean we have to change the way in which we offer it. That means we're going to have to be able to complete an entire degree at night, or start offering baccalaureate degrees in executive style, move to a hybrid mode that has all of the experiences and connectedness of being together, but also offers me the flexibility and convenience that comes along with utilizing technology. That allows us to get at a lot of different, or serve a lot of different groups of potential students. And that's what Vice President Scranage is really leaning into, setting us up for a multi-dimensional strategic enrollment plan. So we've gone through Yield Boot Camp. She's brought in a number of different teachers to take all of our enrollment and admission staff, and many beyond, into a new way of thinking about how we onboard students and attract students. So I say all of that on the front end, because the one thing that we're going to have to focus in on, and I said it to every leader this morning, I was in a national enrollment seminar yesterday, and if anyone is thinking that the 21st century is going to be won by universities growing, they're just wrong. At least we're not going to grow in the types of offerings and credentialing that we've grown in for the last 50 years. We have to be in a time of reinventing and rethinking and figuring out what people need and expect from us in the 21st century, and then how to go and meet those needs. So I say all of that on the front end because I believe we are engaged in that conversation and that work at the University of West Georgia. And I also strongly believe that there's a lot of institutions that are waiting for the economy to return. But by the time we get out of the effects of the pandemic, the enrollment cliff, the demographic cliff will have also taken effect, which means our economy will have permanently changed. So with that all being said, right now there's a 9.2% overall decrease in undergraduate enrollment nationally. There is a FAFSA completion nationally and in the state of Georgia is down. SAT and ACT completion in the state of Georgia is down. And we see that because all across the system, we've got lots of applications that are, they've been filed, but they are not complete because they're missing test scores. The comprehensive universities across the state are underperforming compared to other sectors across the USG, except in dual enrollment. Accepted dual enrollment. Now, bear in mind, accepted dual enrollment is different than I'm actually enrolled. So these are lead indicators. They're not the actual results. New and transfer applications for University of West Georgia are up 9% year over year. In the sector, in the comprehensive sector, it's down 10% on average. If you go across all sectors for the USG, we're down about 0.7%. So that is a ray of hope and light for the University of West Georgia, but conversion is where the rubber meets the road. Dual enrollment applications are down. Now, that's not a lot of students. That's probably, if I say we're down 10%, that's probably 4 students or 5 students. It's in a number like that. But across the sector, dual enrollment is up about 14%. Overall, it's up about 1% for the USG. Completed applications. That means I also have a test score. Bear in mind that right now the Board of Regents still has a testing requirement in place for the USG. For instance, we recruit students out of Alabama, where we have a waiver to bring Alabama students in as in-state. Well, Alabama doesn't have a testing requirement for their public universities. So there is a, an economic lever there that's tough for us, and it's the board has imposed it. We are looking at that closely. We've been working with USG colleagues across the state in a working group, really looking at that testing requirement. But our completed applications are down, but we are down less than the rest of the sector, and down a little more than the overall USG. And bear in mind, for completed applications, research universities are going to have more completed applications because you're going to have there's less of a barrier with the testing requirement. For completed applications for dual enrollment, and again, we're not talking about a lot of students. We're down about just over 12%. 12% in this case is one student year over year. So our overall accepted is down both for UWG, for the sector, and for the entire state. And that ranges from 33 to 44%. But a lot of that has to do with the testing requirement. We just don't have completed applications, and we didn't have a testing requirement last year. And bear in mind, when we didn't have a testing requirement, everybody's applications went up. We got tons of applications all over the USG last year. So for me, one of the best indicators is the new and transfer apps, us being up 9% after a year where everybody was applying, but we weren't necessarily converting to students who came to and actually enrolled at UWG. That's a key indicator. The other really positive indicator, and awful lot of staff members who we need to highlight to and thank them, not the least of which is certainly Cassidy Nelson, who's over housing. But we have never started selling housing contracts before the spring, because we just sold housing contracts to new students. The assumption at the University of West Georgia was, well, if you live on campus, you're going to live there 1 year, and and we don't need you to come back the next year. And for a while, that was probably true, because we knew a new class was going to fill those beds and would need those beds. Well, that is a vastly different economy now. In fact, so much so that most universities in the country are rethinking it and the like, because there's significant debt service to be carried on almost every housing project for any public university or private university, for that matter, in the United States. But we opened that up. There was no reason not to, because our occupancy was low this year, and that was something where we could get HERF funds to be able to offset the federal relief funds to be able to offset that lack of occupancy, which again, every USG institution, and not every, but most USG institutions were experiencing, I would say 20 out of 26. Well, we already have about half of the housing contracts that we have right now, we already have in renewals. Students who are already planning on coming back, already planning that they want to live on campus, that they want to be part of that sense of community. Kudos to Ryan Bronkema and Cassidy Nelson and Morris Council, who were really pushing living learning communities. Josh Bird and Kale Self. Kale, I know you're on this call. That every single member of the band, they can go to college anywhere, but they go to the University of West Georgia to be part of that community. And that also is being borne out in housing, because we see those communities of students who want to be together. And the fact that we're leaning into trying to make that an environment designed the way they want to receive it is paying off. And you see that when you have housing contract renewals. And we had those numbers coming in, in November and December and January. And again, we wouldn't have even started asking the question until March or April in a traditional setting. So an incredibly challenging environment that is not going to go away. There is no cavalry coming. It's not like people had a ton of babies 15 years ago and we're just waiting for that class to show up. we are seeing the effects of a changed economy, not only by a pandemic, but also by a lot of economic factors. And invariably, we are right on the cusp of serious change in demographics, which we've all known has been coming for the last 15 years. And we, in my view, we haven't really prepared for that as an industry, but now it is happening. So I hope that, again, I don't have every number in front of me, but I hope that gives you a high enough level overview. And where I was incorrect, my numbers are pretty accurate in that regard. But I do reserve the right to be wrong because I'm in the car.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. You did give us a lot of numbers, very specific numbers. So thank you. Very much appreciate that. I do have a couple more pre-submitted questions, but I know that some people wanted to ask some questions from the floor. I was contacted by a couple of senators who wanted to ask questions directly, and Dr. Hila has also graciously agreed to take questions if there are any questions that specifically pertain to his work in ORSP or other related matters. I know there's a question that someone would like to ask regarding the innovations in teaching awards in particular. So I will open the floor up to questions. If anyone wants to just raise their hand, if you can't get to your raised hand feature, just put something in the chat. Rob, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Dr. Williams, and thank you to all our leaders for their presence here and these very extensive reports. I'd just like to, my colleague Shelley Ellman raised a question in the chat that is important it's related to the question I wanted to ask. So maybe we should address that. She asked her question first, and that was about can I just read that question just for everyone's?
Yes,
it says,
absolutely.
Are there deadlines for the innovations grants? It's hard for folks to submit if they don't know the deadline for submissions. Is it possible to get more specific criteria for these opportunities? And I think she's referring to InnoWest and InWest. And so maybe we could start with that one, and then I could ask a follow-up.
Yes, Dr.
Yes. So the innovation, the grant for the colleges, we wait for the dean to send us the packages. So the dean can send it anytime. So there is no specific deadline. And it is open this semester and also for fall semester. So they can send a batch this semester and a batch in fall if they want. So there is no specific deadline. And it is, I'm going to read through the notes, which I shared it with the dean, is essentially to find, to encourage innovation in a college, which they can identify a broader impact on the whole college. So it's wide open. And it is going to go, if the one college sends one, okay, that's easy. If the college sends us 5, 6 of them, then I have to form a evaluation team to evaluate it and provide inputs. If the evaluation team says 1 should be awarded, that's easy. If they say it should be awarded 2 or 3, then I have to go and look for resources. But it is open in fall again, and there is no deadline.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if, Shelley, if that addresses the question that you want to ask. You might want to jump in.
I guess sort of, I think it's still somewhat hard in terms of the criteria. It's just somewhat general. And so we were just wondering if it could be a little bit more specific. Also, who is the team that evaluates these?
It will be academic affair team to evaluate. So we we just received a batch and we haven't even formed a team yet. So it will be based on what is the background of the proposals, because to be fair, it should be mixed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, my follow-up was related to something that you just said, actually. I have one very quick question and then maybe a more involved question. The first question is about faculty research grants. Will those be circulated? Will a call for proposals for faculty research grants be circulated this semester? That's the first question. And then the second question related to the selection of sort of winners of the Teaching Innovations Grants, fellows, excuse me. That program has already been launched. And then we have these other two fellows programs that have been circulated. And I want to make clear, this isn't related to any specific incident that's occurred or anything like that. It's just a general question. So what steps have been taken to ensure that the selection process is both rigorous and free from bias and or discrimination? And that's related to this question of forming the faculty committee. I think in the past, maybe Senate committee was involved in that. And you spoke earlier about a broad representation of disciplines. And so that was the nature of my question. Thank you.
So the, let me see, volume is on, good. The innovation and research announcement, which we just did the innovation. We will go do one at a time, and there's more coming. I can't tell you exactly what date, but there are more of these notices coming up. And going back to the innovation for innovation in teaching fellowships, we did have a team who reviewed it, and we had 14 proposals, and the process will be completed, I hope, by Monday, no more than Tuesday, so we can reach out to the colleagues, and the sooner the better, because they need to prepare for the panel discussion when we open it up with everybody to come in and join those panel discussions. But reading through those 14 proposals, the academic affairs team, they recommended that we continue this competition in fall as well as in spring. The reason is because to allow those who are working on improving their techniques to come back and show results and compete. It was interesting that we learned from colleagues who wrote the proposals how to improve even the announcements, because they really picked things very carefully and addressed them very carefully. So you will see a little bit improvement, better improvement in our next announcement. And we may expand, I won't say will, we may expand the number of reviewers. The reason is it's hard to find a reviewer who has time in a short notice to get 14 proposals and review. So you have done this before yourself. I have to go and beg them, and they have courses to teach and so
on. Thank you. I would just like to put in a request that it would be great for faculty members. I'm glad that there's a continuous improvement in how the calls will be circulated, because I would second what Professor Ellman said about, for faculty, at least whom I'm in contact with, it was at times difficult to understand exactly what was needed in a proposal. And I understand the timeline was short. And so maybe as we go forward, that whole process can be improved and clarified a little bit. And then it would be great to have a publicly available list, if the list of reviewers were known, or if the faculty senate were involved somehow in help populating that. I think that would be a welcome addition, at least for me, and just in terms of transparency. And again, this need to have multiple disciplines involved in the review process, I think is an important one. So thank you for your answers, and I look forward to seeing how this develops.
Yeah, thank you. Kathy, you have a question, I believe.
Hi, just looking for my buttons here. Sorry about that. First of all, I always appreciate the ability to have, taking the time for questions. I actually have two questions, but I'm going to ask them one at a time. I did have to step out a minute, and the tail end of one of Dr. Preston's answers may have been addressing my first question. So if that's the case, I do apologize for the repeated question. But my first question has to do, it's actually in keeping with your theme of building what could be. And there are several faculty who are requesting research leaves to do exactly that. And those faculty were required to submit their applications by the middle of November in order for those applications to be sent on then to the provost's office by December 1st. There were a number of faculty who did in fact submit those applications, but haven't heard anything back. So this has made it very difficult for us to plan for teaching as well as other duties for the upcoming term. So my question is, when might faculty hear something about those applications?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. I'll echo that I agree that building that next is important and having that flexibility. So my goal is to coordinate with the deans across the next week and a half to 2 weeks and have decisions made so that people can start planning by that March 1st timeframe. And I'll also add that independent, I think perhaps when you stepped away, there was a question about, is there an ability to appeal that? The decision is within the Office of the Provost and Academic Affairs, but I will encourage the deans to also, and I've said this before, I'll say it today, we have the ability to have flexibility in workloads. That a 4-4 or a 3-3 is not required of all. That's the typical, but we have opportunities to do research, scholarship, creative activity, different levels of service. And so, we call it buyout, but that kind of bias is either away from teaching. I'd say let's emphasize flexible workloads. So if there is a unique research opportunity, having those, I don't like the term leave, right? Because you're not leaving. It's just a different shift in your workload expectation. And the USG has emphasized that as well. So to your specific question, we should have a response to those applications by the end of this month.
Thank you. All right, my second question also has to do with the status of some applications. This may not be in your purview, but might apply to Dr. Ela. The heads of graduate studies were required to submit applications for graduate assistantship money for the first time this year. And we had a deadline of December 31st. Now, several of those programs submitted applications, but again, we haven't heard anything back other than they've moved on through the first round of the approval process, and I believe have moved on to Dr. Ela's office. This again has made it very difficult to do some planning for fall, including for recruitment, for research, and for teaching activities. So my question is pretty much so the same. When might these programs hear something about those applications?
If I recall correct, Dr. Dean Ziegler is not online, but it's more than one step review process. So we just finished through multiple step review process, and he's providing us his final data and input since he's traveling by Monday. So we hope that before end of February, which was his original timeline, we will have the announcements.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Shelley, I know your hand is raised. I don't know if that was for the earlier discussion or if you, okay, yes.
No. I had my hand raised for a question. I submitted in Qualtrics, but you didn't ask, so I'd like to ask.
Oh,
you.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is about the diversity, equity, and inclusion letter, or the letter that the Appropriations Committee sent to the interim chancellor. And I understand that the interim chancellor tabled this, but I was wondering what work had been done before the tabling and how was it done? Because last time this happened, we requested that we have more input in that, because a concourse survey of classes having to do with race and gender equality and such doesn't determine all that we do in all of our classes. So can I ask for an update on that and what's happened and up until now?
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that. One, we're going to get all kinds of requests from legislators all of the time. Bear in mind that when those requests come in, they do not come to the University of West Georgia. They don't come to any particular institution. They come to the office of the chancellor. And then, like with all government relations, we work on them as a team and at the direction of the chancellor. So the expectations for how we gather work and the like are really set at that level. So I appreciate the notion of we kind of want to have more input and the like. In the same moment, what we're trying to do is satisfy a request and without raising more questions than we answer, and ensuring, number one, that we are delivering what we have been directed to deliver by the chancellor, and two, that we're meeting the expectations of whatever the legislative request is. Our acting chancellor we had every institution when we got the original request, and we get requests all of the time, started working on it. It was, excuse me, pretty vast in what it was asking for. For many of us, we didn't know how we were going to be able to meet that. Excuse me, in the deadline that was requested. So at the direction of the chancellor, we were told to pause and
I'm sorry, President Kelly. I think your signal is faded again.
If
Shelley,
I may
know you
follow,
wanted to- yeah,
if I may
absolutely.
follow up. So last time when they were asked, a very few courses were reported by the University of West Georgia, whereas other schools in the system reported a lot more classes, and it felt as if we were putting those faculty that teach those courses, or the faculty in the programs that teach those courses, at risk by just sort of just putting the spotlight on them and not going to faculty to say who teaches DEI or race or gender equality or whatever in these courses. So I just want to again say that while we're in this pause, that to please understand that the risk that some of these faculty are feeling when only a select number of courses that have the buzzwords in their titles are being listed, and not all no one's being asked if they cover those things in courses that don't have those buzzwords in them.
I think if Dr. Kelly is not on,
Yeah, I am on, Jen, but I was just kicked out because of my signal. My apologies. So I did not hear that full question. Why don't you take it?
Yeah, so let me echo that we get legislative and regents requests continuously. We will reach out when it is necessary to do so. But I think we're combining two different things here. The request that we replied to previously that enumerated courses was a very specific request with a single topic that we replied to. And I'll say in our response, we also included that these concepts and these courses were part of the academic domain and part of that intellectual freedom and the appropriateness of that, and as part of the diversity of courses that we offer to UWG. So for anyone that feels that they're being singled out, I mean, we did not list individual instructors. We listed courses that contain these topics. And as you all know, courses are approved by the general faculty, not an individual. So the content of courses, the course outcomes, the potential textbooks, the topics, the schedule, all of these things are put into a course proposal when it is created, and the faculty have review of that continuously. So it's not an individual associated with a course, it's the core of the faculty. So I hope that gives people assurance that there's not an individual that we're responding to.
Well,
Yeah,
I
right.
mean,
I'm also going to add one other dimension to that. There is always at least right now, maybe a heightened interest, but there's always an interest in what's going on at universities. Part of our job is to make certain that we are responding to requests like that in ways that can help people who are not part of universities make sense of them. And we have a lot of professionals who have years and years of experience doing exactly that, who are working as part of those teams to make certain that we are protecting people in ways to allow them to do their work without getting caught up in the politics of the day, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, thank you. I guess we have two more questions. I know we're sort of running a bit late with the Q&A, but I really appreciate the willingness of the provost, the president, to answer all of these questions. And we'll try to move on as quickly as we can. But one more question from the chat, and then one from Rosemary. So the question that I received in a private message was, I know the university has asked for extra money from the USG. Are there plans as to what we do if we do not get that money? That may be
It's a question. Can you hear me?
Yes. So the question was.
Okay, great. Thank you. I heard, because we are talking about a system, we've got 26 universities, money comes from the legislature, it goes into the USG, and we've got 20 out of 26 that have been, at least over the last 24 months, have had a precipitous decline in enrollment. Now that varies based on the institution. We've had a decline on enrollment that kind of, let's say, it matches the United States and a national level. If you look at some institutions, I mean, it's a very, very different picture. So the USG has to figure out how to make sense of that. We have, right now, we are in the midst of negotiating through that process. It is really a regent's decision, but we're in the midst of negotiating through that process. We do have, part of what we have to work through with them is exactly what the question is what exactly will we do if we do not get some relief? If you'll recall, last year we were in the same exact situation, and we were able to secure relief in addition to the federal funds that were given to every university to try to offset the impacts of the pandemic. So that process is not done yet. We're still working through it, and just because we say this is what we're going to do, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what the board will allow us to do. They can give us direction on that front too. My hope is that we will, because we don't know the scope of the issue yet, and what I mean by that is until we get a little farther in that budget process with the system and with the board, that plan could be any of 10 things. But we just started that process with them this past week, and that is the schedule that they work on. So we're just not there yet, but it is the number one focus of my time and a number of others right now.
Thank you. Rosemary, the last question is yours.
Thanks very much. I actually wanted to return to Shelley's question and just follow up on that a little bit. So when that request came last year for information about courses that teach about privilege and oppression, 2 of my courses were listed on that list that was provided. And I want to just echo what Shelley said, that I happen to know that there are many, many faculty, many courses at this institution that talk about those concepts, but don't necessarily have the specific word listed on the syllabus as it would be searchable in Concourse. And the reason that it's important, I think, to emphasize this is because we can't pretend that this request or this recent DEI request are the same as all these other requests that you all have referred to that we routinely get from the legislature. We're clearly in a particular political context where we've seen an escalation now from the request we had last year to this Senate bill that we're going to be discussing in a little bit, where those very topics now we may be legally banned from teaching them in our classes. And so now there's, a convenient list, I guess, of a few courses that we could just, rewrite or strike from our course catalog. So this has very real potential consequences for faculty. And I think that there is a widespread desire among our faculty for solidarity on this issue, for providing a really full accounting of all the different ways that our courses address these issues, and also to hopefully feel that solidarity from our administrators about not only defending our academic freedom, but really speaking to the importance of teaching facts in a university setting, of having the ability for experts in their field to teach students what other experts in their field and what the evidence in their field suggests. And I just really think that there is a desire for, again, greater solidarity among the faculty, among the administrators on this issue. And one way of achieving that, which I think is a lot of what Shelley was getting at, is asking us what we teach about these issues and letting us share that openly. So I just wanted to add that comment and really echo a lot of what Shelley was saying. Thanks.
One, I want to say I appreciate the comment. I want to address a couple of points in there, because one, if there's any thought that there's a lack of solidarity, or us, I spend a lot of my time in the legislature trying to educate people on decoding the impacts of higher education. But I've been doing that for years and years and years. This is not a different time. It just happens to be at the, kind of on the tip of people's tongues. Two, we answer legislative requests the way I do understand what you're saying, and wanting us to kind of put more detail into a response to a request, but bear in mind that we respond to the request. And when I say that, I mean we respond to the question that's asked. We don't raise new questions and answer those. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Anytime we offer get a legislative request on any subject. The third one that I think is really important for everybody to understand is that constitutionally, Georgia is a very unique state, because constitutionally, the University System of Georgia and the Board of Regents has full authority over the 26 institutions, which means that that is where the rubber meets the road, and because of that, legislative advocacy and response doesn't work in the same way here that it did when I was in Florida or in South Carolina. It is really an activity that we engage in with the board. So we get a lot of direction in how that's going to occur. And it is really important for us to navigate through that process with precision, and accuracy, and a tremendous amount of intentionality because of that. Again, I'm gonna reemphasize to everybody here, we are trying every day to make certain that conversations that might occur somewhere else but are not going to turn into action can occur somewhere else and not turn into action without affecting the work that we do here. And to some degree, that we have seen over and over and over again, over years and years of work between public institutions and legislatures, that those conversations do occur without it necessarily becoming action. And we need to trust that process. Until there's a really good reason not to trust that process, I'm going to ask everybody to try to trust that process. And I understand the desire to do otherwise, but it is really important right now that we make certain that we have our internal conversations, and then the products of those internal conversations are shared in the appropriate ways. But and we are trying to do exactly that. So I appreciate your comment. I appreciate the way in which you presented that, and the number of issues that you raised. Please know we are working through that complicated processes in concert with the board, in concert with USG, as well as we possibly can.
Yeah, well, thank you, President Kelly.
If I may, Dan, I just want
okay.
to push back just a little bit and say other USG institutions in the last iteration of asking about oppression and race did give more courses than had the buzzwords in the titles. And I just don't understand why we chose to do otherwise. I also would hope that however we do this, that the faculty members or the chairs of the departments in which the programs reside, where there are courses listed, are at least warned and told about it before they see it in a public document.
One, first, you're saying that because some other institution did something a certain way, you're suggesting by its very nature better. I do not agree with you at all. We had 26 different examples to look at, and worked with our USG colleagues to arrive at what we thought was the best and most appropriate response to the question. Two, we have to bear in mind that we are a public institution, so everything that we do every day is already on display to all kinds of people. They can pull records from this university and get all kinds of documents that you are producing all of the time, and those are readily available. So it's not often us handing people information. That's just, it is not that hard for anybody to capture that information. So I appreciate the fact that people are asking questions in an organized way so that we respond to them in a curated fashion, because they could just as easily take documents that are already available to them and arrive at conclusions.
Thank you. I know this was a marathon Q&A session, so I really appreciate your time, President Kelly. Really appreciate your time, Dr. Preston, as well. We'll now transition to the various action items that we have from the committee reports, and we will come back to a similar discussion near the end with a discussion of SB 377 later in today's agenda. But before we get to that, we have a number of committee reports, and so we'll start with the Undergraduate Programs Committee. Karen, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks, Dan. Thanks, everybody. We have several proposals to vote on today. First, from CACSE in the Department of Computing and Mathematics. We have, I believe it's 6 courses. So this is going to be A, 1A through F. These are all courses that are requesting to revise their courses, and it's just adding prerequisites to these classes. This is to make these courses more accessible to students who are in the computer science program. These are courses that were added as part of the new computing BS, and adding these prerequisites will make these courses more acceptable to students who are in the computer science BS.
Well, very good. I think we're probably ready for one of these omnibus votes on about 6 different items, I believe, all from the computing program. Let's have the vote. And it looks like it passes. So back to you, Karen.
So the next one is Computer Science 1300 Introduction to Computing. This is a revised course request. This is a request to modify the learning outcomes to reflect a focus on exploring careers in computing. And there's also a request to change the name from Introduction to Computer Science to Introduction to Computing.
Very good. And as with all of these, if you want to speak to the issue, you can just flag me by raising your hand. But if I don't see any hands raised, then we'll proceed. I think we're ready to proceed to a vote with this. And it looks like it passes. Back to you.
Okay, moving right along. The next one is the Computer Science BS. This is a request to revise the program. And this just adds several of the new computing classes as electives for this degree.
Very good. Let's have a vote on this. And that passes as well. Back to you, Karen.
All right, and we'll take the last two items as a block. These are new courses for social and behavioral health, and is to fulfill the need to have some other course choices in area 2A.
Okay, I think we're ready to launch the poll. And that passes overwhelmingly as well. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that.
Yep.
I think our next item comes from the Graduate Programs Committee from Dina. Dina, the floor is yours.
Okay. The first item is for the Colleges of Art, Culture, and Scientific Inquiry, and it's the psychology masters, like modifying the admission requirements, dropping the GRE test, and raising the GPA from a 2.5 to a 2.7 for admission.
Okay, seeing no discussion of that, I think we're ready to launch the poll. And that passes.
All right, the next request is to modify the sociology master's program, and it's creating a separate track for individuals to waive the internship for individuals who are employed in relevant settings. So the hope is that instead of just modifying a track, that this will be able to attract more individuals.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. And that passes as well.
And the last one we had brought to us from the International Admissions Office. And these are changes to international admissions. The first one is using an internal credit evaluator instead of one of the companies. One, because they vary greatly. Paul Sargent is trained and can do the credit evaluation, and it costs up to $208 just to evaluate one transcript. So by doing this in-house, it will save students not only money, but also time. So that's what the first one is. The second one is removing, and this is no longer being used, the Michigan English Lab Association battery test. So that's just cleaning up that language. And then the modified version is just included for the I-20 is just including receipt of all official documents. So, and that was just adding that language. So those were the 3 changes to international admissions.
Okay, so we're going to vote on whether to approve all 3 of these changes together with this new revised document. I think we're ready to launch the vote. And it passes. Thank you, Dana. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we'll now hear from the Academic Policies Committee. Jennifer, you have some information items to present to us regarding first, I guess, the high impact practices update.
Yes, so the High Impact Practices Committee sent the service learning designation for courses criteria to APC this month. We did approve them, so we did want to recognize the work of the previous service learning committee and note that there is an option if your course was previously approved under that, you can be grandfathered in, but you do need to let them know how many hours. That's a key component of the HIPS designation is tracking how many hours or level of engagement they have with these different high impact practices. So we're definitely appreciative of the work that the previous committee did and definitely used their work and added that one missing piece. So that was approved by APC this month. I assume that the process for doing that will be somewhat similar to my second information item. I just included this because this information was sent out in a newsletter, and I don't know about you guys, but I tend to scroll through newsletters sometimes and I miss things. So I wanted to make sure everybody was aware that you are now, it's open. You can submit your courses for an undergraduate research designation, which we approved in the fall. And it does say that there's a link and they would ask you to complete the survey by February 25th. So I did want to just add another plug for that there. And then the last item we have is a calendar committee update regarding summer session 2. So summer session 2 is the session that runs, I believe I think it's 2. I never can remember, but it's the one that runs from like the end of May or beginning of June to the end of July. It's the 8-week session, basically. The calendar committee met and sent to APC a recommendation from feedback from faculty and from students that without reducing the number of contact hours and minutes required, they do want to reduce the number of weeks in that term. So instead of being 8 weeks, it would be 7 weeks. And the rationale for this, there were a couple of things. First, students were very excited because they felt like they would get a break between summer and fall classes, which they weren't always getting. That's also something that faculty were excited about. I believe we verified with the registrar that would mean grades would still be due the Monday after graduation. And as of right now, I don't believe there's any change in the date for graduation because the July session will still end that last week. So if you have a 4-week session, it's still going to end that last week. So we'll have different ending dates, I believe. What else was I going to say about this? Sorry, my brain just went blank. This would be in effect for summer of 2023, so not this upcoming summer. The calendar committee brought this to APC. We discussed it and agreed that although there is no reduction, because there's no reduction in instructional hours and minute requirements, you're just pushing them into a smaller period of time. You're able to get the same amount of content in, but in a shorter time. So that was brought to APC. We discussed it. We agreed with it. And so we're bringing it to Senate as an information item.
Yeah, thank you for all of that. If there are any questions on any of this, feel free to raise your hand and speak, but I don't see any discussion. So I think this was useful, Jennifer. I appreciate all of it. And of course, reminder of the February 25th deadline being next Friday for people. Okay, we'll go on from here to Patrick for an update from the Faculty Development Committee, which of course has been very busy with the PTR revisions and related material. Patrick?
Yes, we have. Thank you, Dan. Colleen, maybe if you have a chance to go to the addendum. So what you see in the addendum is the finalized academic affairs handbook language that has been issued by the USG. And so this is essentially to fill in the policies that have already been passed in last October by the Board of Regents. So these are more specific guidelines or policies, if you will, on how annual evaluations, PTR, and student success activities shall be governed. Now, this is, of course, a document that applies to all USG institutions. And so our work, especially now that we have this document, which is together with the policies, the other guiding document or guiding policy, we are incorporating these into our work right now that is ongoing. And I would like to mention especially thank you to all the FDC members and liaisons who have worked with their units across December and January diligently to collect feedback. You can request from your FDC member if you would like to see a compilation of all that feedback. So you'd save me a lot of time if you just get in touch with your FDC member there. They'll be happy to share that document with you. It's a single PDF doc, and you can see everything that we received from across campus. So we've been studying that since the end of January and have now, since the beginning of this week, started the detailed process of workshopping all the changes to the UWG faculty handbook. So in other words, how these changes from the USG are being implemented locally. Our plan is to have a draft done by the end of probably the beginning of following the week after next, that is, and run that also by Dr. Preston and present it as a information item at the March 18th Senate meeting. So there will be additional opportunity for feedback from everybody on campus, either directly at Senate or to the FTC once we have shared those draft changes. And then going from there, ideally, we would like to have a voting draft or item for a vote for the April faculty meeting. Let me see if I look at my notes here real quick to make sure that I didn't forget anything. Also importantly, in the work that we as a committee have done, also liaising with Dr. Preston and the Provost's office overall, two important items of information that I wanted to share. First of all, we've received a lot of questions about the timeline for unit-specific changes, meaning in particular the creation of criteria in each unit that govern annual evaluations as well as PTR and so forth. Units there can mean department or program. That really depends on how detailed or how specific each discipline is kind of organized within each unit. So unit-specific changes may in fact, and Dr. Preston, thank you for confirming that, be finalized in the fall semester of 2022. So once we have campus-wide changes already updated and put in place, those can be finalized, but I would also like to echo something that I have said before in this forum, that I think units should begin or continue if they've already begun to create their own criteria and rubrics, especially for annual evaluations, which will have a much more important impact on faculty lives here on. So that's number one. And number two, also, we have communicated with Dr. Preston about the deadlines or timeline for implementing these changes specifically for annual evaluation. And he has confirmed that annual evaluations for AY23, so essentially annual evaluations that will be submitted in January of 23, will still be governed by the previous guidelines and processes. And so the new guidelines, still to be finalized and approved, therefore, shall be applied to annual evaluations for AY24. In addition, he's also clarified that those going up for promotion and tenure in the near future, there will be accommodations and kind of a crosswalk fade approach, and to ensure that people in the middle of their review cycle are not adversely impacted. And he anticipates it'll likely be a 2-year period where these, or grace period, where this transition will be applied. So these are some important, I think, clarifications that we have tried to provide, or that we're providing in response to some very frequent questions throughout the process so far. So any questions or concerns or anything that I can help with?
Any questions about the work of the FDC? I know that next month will be a very busy month for us, since you're presenting a full package to the Senate for open discussion, and we're looking forward to that. Looks like there are no questions at this time. So thank you, Patrick. I appreciate the update, and we'll certainly look forward to hearing more from you in March. I think the next item comes from the IPC, the Institutional Planning Committee, with Cale, who would like to discuss a particular concern with us, and we'll open up the floor for conversation. Cale, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you. Happy Friday, everyone. IPC has not updated the Senate in a bit, so I wanted to go ahead and get an update out here. As you may or may not know, the charge of the IPC is to monitor the implementation of the strategic plan, and also to monitor progress of QEP and SAC-COC, which is kind of all going on right now. So there's a lot going on. We met earlier this week, and one of the things that we discussed was how communication is getting to all faculty members about the progress of the strategic plan. As you may or may not be aware, we have finished, I believe, our first 2 kind of assessment periods. They're in 90-day periods. And one of the things that I was a little concerned with was that I hadn't really seen anything in terms of data or really anything. So my associate chair, John Corley, and I met with Dr. Akins on Monday, and we had a very good meeting. And what we learned was that all of the, especially this is just concerning the academic side, of course, every unit on campus is going through their own process of long-term goals and then their strategic priorities to meet each one of those within these 90-day periods. And what we learned was that each of the heads of those units, and in our case, the colleges, are in charge of basically communicating that to everyone in that college as they choose. So what we learned was that people in different colleges are getting vastly different amounts of information concerning how the strategic plan is going and how we are performing in it. And that in some cases it may be as specific as going into annual reviews and tying everything that people in a certain academic unit do into their annual review. In others, it may have just been the sharing of the priorities during that. And in some cases, we found out that multiple professors within an academic unit had no idea of any progress that was going on. So as you can imagine, this was quite concerning to us. So we wanted to bring this to the Senate to just talk about what we want to do, how we feel about that, and whether or not we feel like there should be some kind of consistent communication coming from the heads of the academic units all the way down to the faculty, so that, I mean, I think our hope is that we will get some kind of more consistent and prolific buy-in from individual faculty in colleges in terms of what we're doing in this strategic plan and how we're trying to move forward. So that's the update I have, and I'd just like to open the floor, Dan, if it's okay, for discussion. If anyone has any thoughts or concerns or would like to share about how they feel that like the strategic plan is going within their particular academic unit.
Yeah. So the floor is open if anyone wants to weigh in response to the issue that Kale brought to our attention regarding inconsistent communication about the strategic plan varying from academic unit to academic unit. I do not see any hands. So what I would suggest, Kale, actually is you may want to handle this within the committee. It may be something that's just difficult for the entire Senate to discuss, especially with a number of other things, other subjects of discussion slated. But perhaps you could use your reps from different colleges to survey people to kind of get a sense, and then maybe bring a recommendation to the Senate if you'd like us to vote on a formal recommendation. I think we could do that. There should be time to do that this year. Of course, we have 2 more meetings, March and April. So you're welcome to bring something back to the next meeting or the April meeting if you want, after surveying at the local level.
Certainly, we will do that. And thanks for the opportunity to update the senators on our progress. Appreciate that.
Yeah, you're quite welcome. Thank you, Kale. Okay, I think the next agenda item comes to us from the Facilities and Information Technology Committee, the FITC. And I believe Yvonne is going to call a couple other people to the floor to help present a parking subcommittee report and to talk about the work of parking services more broadly as well in their specific budget situation this year. Yvonne, the floor is yours, and then if you want to hand off the mic to somebody else, one of your co-presenters, you're welcome to do that as well.
Be real quick. The presentation is by the 2 of the people who were part of that committee, Mark Reeves and Heather Mbaye. So they'll go ahead and do the presentation. Mark, you want to go ahead?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Is the presentation going to be pulled up?
I'm working on it. I'm trying to get it
Okay.
to come up. Oh, I got it. All right, hold on 1 second. When you're ready for me to change to the next slide, just let me know.
Super. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk with you today about this. The parking and transportation fee is one of many fees that we have to put together and present to the system office. It's a very tough thing to do because numbers change as we go through the process, and I'll explain that a little bit more in a minute. The situation we're in right now is we have a aging but very healthy bus fleet, and the parking lot debt was built on a platform of growing enrollment, and so incrementally every year the debt service goes up, and so our enrollment has not gone up, and our fee paying enrollment is down substantially. So in other words, our dual enrolled and 100% online students, those 2 areas have really grown. I don't believe that was any consideration when the debt service was really originally drawn out. The next slide, please.
You should see a chart. Do you see it?
The slides are not changing.
All right, let me
Helene.
get out of this and try a different way. I think I made it mad. All right, so wait a minute. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on, why you can't see the. One second. All right, how's that?
We're on slide 1. If you could go to slide 2, please.
Okay, let's see if that works. It should be a lot of words and not a chart.
There are no slide changes that we're seeing. Is there any way that you can scroll through it manually?
I think I made it mad. Hold on.
Oh yeah, now we're getting something.
Okay, you see it now?
Well, that's slide 3. If you could just go back a slide.
What about that?
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay.
So in
good.
the last spring, we proposed this fee increase to faculty and staff, and while we did follow the proper channels, or at least the channels we followed in the past, there was an overwhelming sense it wasn't well communicated, and so Mr. Haven, the chief business officer, he agreed to not put this into place the fiscal year that we're in right now, and he paid for it out of another line. I'm not sure what that line was, but also we all agreed that we would work together to fully evaluate the need for this increase and look for different options and so forth. And so a subcommittee was formed out of the FITC, a parking fee committee. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of things that you have to consider when you're doing these fees, the staffing levels, the wages. We don't know in the fall if the state is going to give us the opportunity to have merit increases. We certainly didn't know about a $5,000 increase if that goes through. We don't know the benefits, and of course we don't know which benefits each employee is going to select. When we get the forms from the system office in September, we still don't know fall enrollment. And so those things make it tough. The fleet is aging, and so there are things that you have to do repair and maintenance. We had no idea that the cost of fuel was going to go up so much. Our buses are diesel, and so I saw yesterday it was over $4. The COVID restrictions. I know there were some comments about oftentimes you see the buses and there's only 15 or 20 people get off of them. We did have to do COVID spacing for a long time, and now our students often still do that. And then we have software that we pay for and don't always know what that price is going to be until the renewal comes around. Next slide, please. So at the same time that this committee started working together, the USG has sent out the business plan for the auxiliaries, wanting us to do the same thing. So we really worked parallel to each other. The business plan was due in December to the chief business officer, and this is for parking and transportation. And then the chief business officer had to submit it to the system office at the end of December, 1st of January. So that business plan had to go across. We earmarked it with the $68,000 per year that we had originally discussed. And the committee was still working and nothing was locked in at that point. However, on February 14th, we did have to go to the system office and present the entire budget for the university. And so at that point, it wasn't locked in, but it was very close. And I owe everybody an apology. First of all, I didn't know there was an open record request for the budget hearing, but I was asked for that on last Thursday, and my response was really, we're going to the system office Monday. Once I get that feedback, I'd like to send it. I'll even come to Faculty Senate and share it. But I knew we had a lot of open questions. When we got out of there, I did send it, and we do still have some open questions. But we still don't know about the merit increases. I mean, about the $5,000, and we don't know about some other issues that are going to impact this. Next slide, please. So the best knowledge that we have, and this is not just parking and transportation, we got a lot of help. The committee really questioned everything, and I'm glad they did. It was a great exercise for us. We met at least monthly, I believe, but with the enrollment projections that we have, fee pay and enrollment projections, we have that revenue. Citation revenue, we have that. And then the faculty staff fee, I put in 68 to 73 and I used 70. because we do have two different models. Our staffing, I did not know that we were going to be facing a possible $5,000 increase, but we knew that we were going to continue to have to raise bus driver wages. I will say that we had over 20 bus drivers back before the pandemic and really before this enrollment challenge. And now we're down to 12 full-time people altogether. That includes the office staff in parking and transportation. Operating, that goes up every year. It's not just fuel and oil, but it's parts and so forth. And then the debt service. The debt service, it does increase every year. And so those are really the major costs and major revenue streams. A new bus, like a transit bus, is $600,000, $500,000 to $600,000, depending on what all you have to put on it. Our smaller buses, we can get them from $200,000 to $300,000. Our last transit bus we actually bought used. And so you really need a surplus in parking and transportation in order to replace your inventory, or else you get to like we were 10 years ago and we had to replace the entire inventory. So where you see surplus, that is I guess you would call it profit or surplus each year. We started with $96,000 in surplus and project 185 more. So that takes us to 281. Our transit buses, they're so expensive and they've served us well, but as enrollment is fluctuating, it makes a lot more sense for us to revamp or rehabilitate those buses. We can spend $50,000, $60,000 to replace drivetrains and seats and have them painted versus $600,000. And so we've started that. We've replaced all the seats in those big transit buses and 2 of the engines. And so we continue to do that, but that's going to be about $200,000 in FY23 and 24 that comes out of our reserves. The little buses that you see on campus are pretty much, they're getting close to end of life. And so we're going to have to replace them. These are the type buses that we have to take out to Noonan. You can't really take the transit buses on the city streets. And so we know we're going to need more of those in the future, or we're at least anticipating that. And so we never run fat in the operations. We try to build up enough to buy another bus or keep the ones we have very safe. They need to be accessible. There's a lot of things that have to take place there. And the only reason we've been able to cut back drivers and all is really using technology, which has saved us a lot of money. But those parking lot counters, the bus counters, the daily operation report, I know it probably is nowhere near optimal, but it really helps us adjust the limited resources to the demand that we have for those services. Next slide, please. So in the end, the chart you see, I should have put a divider in here, I apologize. The chart you see on the left, that's the 68,000 that we proposed last spring. The committee worked together and really we got closer to 500 and something thousand because costs keep going up. But we don't want to do that. And so the bottom line recommendation was this 73,000 per year, no escalation. And I was asked, can we expect the next CBO to step in and reevaluate that? I would certainly hope so. We had some very bright people in there, and if there's better ways of doing things or new ideas, of course we want that. So I know that I've shared both of these with Dr. Kelly. I'm not sure which one is the final one. I just know that we're locked into that 70,000 with the system office for this budget year coming up. And of course, I haven't met the new CBO, so I'm hoping that'll be a person that's very open-minded and will work with David Nichols and people in business and across the campus that have this knowledge that are willing to share and help out with that. So that's all that I have in my presentation.
Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that level of detail. we'll open the floor up for questions and
Heather, I
discussion.
think, has to.
in just a second.
Dan, I have a
Um,
present.
Yeah, Heather.
But yes, I was going to say that, Heather, the floor is yours first.
I'll try to be brief. I hope that everyone read the assignment. We tell our students they don't read it. I don't know if our faculty do, but hopefully you did. We tried to be as open about why we made the decisions we did, and why we made the recommendation we did. I will start by saying that no one on the committee wanted a parking increase, but we all, at one point, we all were convinced, although I think there's been some people changing their minds since then. So when I say we did this as a committee, I mean that was the majority vote or the majority opinion. I don't mean to say that it was unanimous and everybody agreed. Mark mentioned that it was a subcommittee of FITSE. It also was a joint subcommittee of budget. I just want to point that out. So part of the reason we're in this position is the way they structured our debt service. And there was a huge learning curve for everyone on the subcommittee trying to figure out exactly what happened and why. And we spent a long time talking to Mr. Haven and and Mark Reeves about why they were and trying to get the numbers as close to possible to the true numbers. It's a little bit difficult. I think something that maybe some faculty don't know is that auxiliaries have to pay for themselves. They can't use state money. So when we're looking at this budget, there can't be a bailout of the budget for parking and transportation, and it is all together sort of one. The Senate protested that faculty weren't involved in the decision, and we were asked to do so. And I think we, as a subcommittee, took that very seriously and tried to work as openly and with the best intentions, I guess you should say, at heart. The recommendation that we ended up making pulled back a little bit. Mark and John Haven, who is our recently departed CBO, really wanted us to try to raise $535,000 in 5 years so that we could cover some of those bus costs. Even if a transmission on the bus goes out, that's $35,000. That's a lot of money. And if we have 100 students not take classes in fall and spring, that's $18,000. So it's a huge impact on the budget of this division. And we still have employees to pay, and we still have to buy diesel. So we did our best. It's not the best solution, possibly, but we need more time. And I know that there was a report that came around from some of the ARCOG faculty, and I want to take that seriously for just a second. We don't just recommend a fee increase. We recommended also that we continue to work on this to include some ridership questions. And we also recommended that we discontinue the the apartment shuttle. But we can't do that all at once because that affects our students. And I don't want to make it harder for students who do currently live off campus to get to campus and come to class. So we can't do that immediately, but maybe we can figure out ways to taper it off. It's also difficult during a pandemic to know what ridership will be later. I know that some people have said, oh, there's only ever 2 or 3 people on the bus. Well, I've been on the bus and there's always more than 2 or 3 people on it. And I know that those are anecdotes, but we need to do a more systematic study of it, and we can't do that in 4 months. And so we are recommending as a subcommittee, and then we took it to the FITC, who voted unanimously to send it to Senate, that we as a faculty continue to work on this issue, whether that's through FITC or what have you. That's up for the Senate to decide, and I am not a senator at the moment. So I think I hit most of the high points of this, and I really wanted to say I really appreciate the hours of work that all of those on the subcommittee put in. That included Gavin Lee, David Nickel, Philip Grant, and myself, and Mark Reeves and John Haven before he left. And we hope that this the sort of 1 year increase that we're recommending possibly we can continue to work on this and find better budget solutions on the spending side or revenue side later. But we currently have a pandemic and a budget, and people have to get paid, and diesel has to be bought, and it's just a complicated issue, much more complicated, frankly, than I thought it was going to be when we started this subcommittee. So thanks. And Gavin is also here to answer questions, and so is David Nichols, who is on the committee. And I'm not sure if Philip is here, but if they are, they're all welcome to jump in to answer questions too.
Yeah. So let me just talk about how we're going to proceed with this. I want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak. So we will, I knew this would be a long meeting, and we've got the time for this. This will be fine. Everyone will have the opportunity. So I'm going to ask one quick question of Mark Reeves that came in through a private message. And then after that, we'll give Lori the floor. And then if David would like to speak, we'll give David the floor, and then we'll open this up for some other questions and discussion before a vote. So there'll be plenty of opportunity for discussion before a vote. I know it's a complicated issue. Mark, the question that came in was, is it possible to subcontract the buses or lease the buses rather than buy buses or rehabilitate our existing fleet?
That's always a possibility. We have, and I haven't had one in the last 2 years, but we've had plenty of studies, and ours is extremely efficient and cost effective. They tend to overstaff and over equipment, over resource when they do this. Most of the universities, other than the large ones that have the density and the numbers to pay for it, most of them are starting to go self-op like we are. It's just too expensive.
Okay, thank you. And I guess maybe this would be a good time to actually ask another question that came in. I'm sure we'll have others. But the other question is, are there any federal grants for alternative fuel transportation vehicles?
We would welcome it. We've looked into it twice, and the problem we had was there was no fuel infrastructure. We looked at natural gas. We looked at several different options, and getting the buses was one thing, but getting the hookups here to provide that energy, that was the challenge. If somebody knows of it, we would love to get help in that.
Well, Mark, if I could jump in, this is Patrick Urban. I mean, I haven't looked into it, but Georgia Power is now really advertising. I don't know how serious they are about it, but they're advertising their efforts in installing electric charging stations around the state. So I wonder how far they could work with institutions like ours. Of course, we have one in front of the TLC, but that's for individual vehicles, clearly. So I'm not sure that would be an option. Also, perhaps with, I guess Carroll EMC doesn't apply to our campus, but so Georgia Power might be a good partner to talk to them.
And I appreciate that. I also need to talk to University of Georgia, because I believe they've introduced an electric one now. Unless it's changed recently, we have both EMC and Georgia Power on this campus. And when we talked, neither one of them were interested, but you're right. It's changed, and clearly that's the direction it's going to go.
Okay, so there are a couple people who will speak now, I think, with some concerns about this proposal. And the floor will go first to Lori. Lori, the floor is.
Thank you, Dan. I want to address this first from the perspective of the Faculty Senate Budget Committee and the vote that we took that was not previously mentioned. We heard that the Facilities Committee approved it. The Budget Committee unanimously recommended that this be tabled until our new Vice President has been hired and is in place, excuse me. And we believe that the description that the president gave, that we are looking for an entrepreneurial individual who has experience in these areas, that it is our hope that that person will have a different perspective and a more creative way to solve the problem than to lay the burden on the back of faculty. And I don't know about the rest of you, but it's pretty rare in my life, at least, that when I am taxed on something, that the next year that tax is then reduced or relieved. That doesn't happen, right? Once this occurs, there's not a lot of hope, frankly, I believe, and the committee believes that it will be rolled back. And so again, our recommendation was not about the merits of whether this is a good proposal or bad proposal at all. We didn't discuss that. We only discussed, again, our belief that we should wait for the new vice president. That said, I realize that this really is a done deal, and our vote today is very much pro forma because this has already been advanced on February 14th, as Mark Reeves has said. So that is the perspective of Faculty Senate. While I have the floor, so I don't need to raise my hand again, I will just say very briefly that this was not a problem that faculty created for themselves, nor were we asked when parking lots were purchased and financed. And so to ask faculty, not even to ask, to expect faculty to solve a problem that we didn't create and we didn't have a voice in does not feel like an ethical solution. Just because you can layer extra burden upon us, I don't believe, now speaking for myself, doesn't mean that you should. And so again, there are, to move back to the budget committee, our belief is that we want to examine more creative solutions to a problem. And if the buses truly are the problem, us paying for it by being able to park at our place of employment for even more money than we pay now did not seem reasonable until we have a new person. So that's all.
Thank you, Lori. David, I know there's been a request for you to speak. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, sure. Here's been my issue with this. The whole committee was formed and looked at this under the premise that the only way we could balance this budget was to increase fees. And that's the premise the committee worked on. Both Heather and Mark mentioned this, but I want to talk more specifically to this. That doesn't appear to be the case. In fact, if we go back and look at what Mark presented, I mean, he's carrying a surplus. The surplus by itself covers the fee increase. So if the surplus was go to zero, not negative, zero, we're still have a balanced budget. One thing that someone brought up in RCOB that I want to discuss were these apartment shuttles. And I hadn't mentioned it, but I don't know if everyone realizes that cost us over $100,000 a year to run. Now, the purpose that we had these apartment shuttles in place was originally to help alleviate the strain on parking. That at the time, we did not want students who live close to campus to drive to fill up the lots because they were already full. Well, that's no longer the case. So we're still running these apartment shuttles that's costing us $100,000 a year to incent students to live off campus, while at the same time we have empty residence halls. Now, why are we doing that? That does not seem fiscally responsible. So, going back to what Lori said about waiting for someone else to come in, there's different ways to approach this, right? We could either cut that service, or we could go to the apartment communities themselves and say, look, you need to pony up for these shuttles. You're selling this as a benefit for students to stay in your apartments rather than on our campus. You should be covering the cost of this, not us. So that's one. The thing about the bus, and Mark's right, those numbers have changed quite a bit from what he showed us originally. Originally, he had in the budget $600,000 for new buses. This time he just showed us $300,000. But the question is, do we need the new buses or not? Has there been a study done to suggest that yes, we need to get these big, huge buses to transport students. Now, Heather talked about this. I haven't seen a lot of students on them, but I don't ride the buses, so I don't know. But I think it's reasonable to ask that, do we need to invest $300,000 for a new bus if not that many students are riding it, if the demand is not there? Now, one argument has been that, well, enrollment may go back up, so we may need them. Well, that would be great, because if enrollment goes back up, problem solved, right? We're getting the increased fees. So I think that's something, before we put this $365,000 burden on faculty's back, maybe we should look at this stuff. Maybe we should wait for the new person to come in to look at this. Asking Mark to make this decision weeks before he retires is like President Biden inflicting a tax on us right before he steps out of office without the Senate having any say in that. It just strikes me as weird. So those are the two issues. But the bottom line, I think, is it was possible to balance its budget without a fee increase on the backs of faculty.
Can I respond?
Yes, please.
So the apartment shuttle, I've already shared that we are winding down the apartment shuttle. We can't pull it out from under our students in the middle of the academic year because they have contracts out there, housing contracts. But we are pulling that out. The $600,000 was for transit buses, the $300,000. The price of buses didn't change, but now we're talking about smaller buses. And all along, this isn't at the last minute. We have met time and time again. And every time we met, there was not an argument about the dollar amount. The argument was how it would be spread out. And here at the last minute, the argument is about the dollar amount. And so I don't think that's very fair. That's not what took place. We didn't argue about the dollar amount month after month after month. We all agreed on it. And David asked for evidence and everything, and we provided it. But it was at the very end that some people wanted it split one way. David wanted it split one way, and other people wanted it split the other way. That's where the stall came in. So I'll stop there.
Well, thank you. So the floor is open for any further questions or discussion. Shelley asked, what does the potential $5,000 bonus have to do with this issue? And I think that's a question for you, Mark, because you mentioned the $5,000 bonus in your presentation. Maybe you can address that question.
This is the scenario that we're operating in. As we went through the year, as we had all these meetings, there was no mention of a $5,000. It's not a bonus, it's a pay increase. It's actually a retroactive one, possibly. And so, yes, if it goes through, I'm happy for everybody, but the state will not fund the auxiliary pay increases. So that would 12 full-time people at $5,000, that's $60,000 this year, $60,000 next year. We're only talking about a $70,000 pay increase or a fee increase total. And there'll be more. Fuel may drop to $2. I don't know, but it may go up to $6. And so the numbers will continue to change. And all we can do is what we just did. We went through these numbers as best we could. And the 5,000, I still don't know if that's going to be approved.
Okay, well, let me just, I guess I want to make sure I understand this correctly. So what you're saying is that the state mandate to pay employees $5,000 would have to be funded through an internal source here, because the USG would not provide that, but the auxiliary employees would expect a $5,000 increase that would have to come partially from increased parking fees. That's correct?
It comes 100% from the revenue streams of the, unless something new comes out, anytime there's any kind of pay increase, the auxiliaries have to take it out of the pay increase. We don't get the state funding.
Okay. Any other questions? And I see Lori has a comment here that people can read. Anything else? So what we're going to do now is vote, not on whether this parking fee increase is going to happen, because that has already been presented to the state. But in a minute, we're going to vote on whether we're going to endorse it as the Senate. Trung.
Yes, thank you for the the chance to speak. So I think that David Nichol kind of conveyed a lot of concerns that our COP faculty have. Well, some of us have, right? And the point that I just want to make is that I'm glad that this budget will be revisited by the new CBO because we're making some important capital decisions here. What kind of buses to buy, whether to other things, right? Big decisions. And so if we don't consider these decisions carefully, we'll be back having this exact same conversation 5 years from now, and the faculty will be again on the hook for any potential fee increases. So I just want to point that out, and I hope people take it seriously. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Trung. Gavin.
Hi, yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say that we all worked, even though we didn't have didn't agree unanimously. We all worked really, really hard on the committee, and Mark helped us a great deal, and John helped us a great deal. And I certainly didn't want to see the parking fee go up, but what I saw was, and I know we could have, well, there was a potential for waiting or an argument for waiting for the next person, but what I saw was a hole that Mark and John. Sorry, I'm not in San Francisco. Hang on a minute, I'll just get rid of that. That Mark and John made, and it needed to be filled. And we didn't have, because of the timeline that came, and I was surprised by the timeline, but because the thing had to go on the 14th, my understanding was that either we did something then, or the decision, and Mark could correct me if I'm wrong, or the decision would be totally taken out of our hands. So what we did was, and this is my understanding, what we did was we moved the stuff. Heather went through several iterations, and we moved it so we have protected the lowest earners, certainly, and made it more onerous and progressive on those that earn a bit more. But I just felt, the reason why I did it was I felt, and I know others feel differently, and that's absolutely fine. I felt we had to do something before it was taken out of our hands. And so at least there was some faculty involvement. And ideally, it would have gone before the Senate, but the deadline came in and I didn't know about the deadline. So I'm just explaining why we did what we did.
Yeah, thank you, Gavin. So yeah, I think ideally this would have come before us last month. We would have voted on it, and then the administration could have taken the recommendations. Instead, we had a subcommittee that put together a proposal that was handed to the administration as a recommendation alongside a parallel recommendation that had come from the previous year, as Mark Reeves mentioned. So what we will do now is, well, let me see. I want to make sure that I ask all of the questions, because there are some coming in the chat. So let me go ahead with these questions. So here's a question that may be directed toward Heather, though there could be others that could answer this too. But it says, comparing to the old schedule, the lower earners have a higher burden and higher earners have a lower burden. Was any consideration given to reversing that? Is that correct? And if so, is there?
It is as a percentage. And I mean, I don't have the slide in front of me, but what we were really trying to do is we collapsed some of the collapsed some of the categories. And we were also looking at how that's going to increase going forward, because originally we were going to make a recommendation that this increased progressively a few years. After a year or 2 years, it would keep going up. So the lower rates don't go up in the original proposal as quickly as the upper rates do. So they only go up by $10, I think. And unfortunately, that's at work, and I don't have it here. But the upper ones go up by $40. So the highest ones end up paying a bigger proportion. But given some of the concerns that came out of RCOB and the desire for us to make sure that faculty in other colleges got to have the same meetings, which we didn't do, only one member of the subcommittee went to the RCOB to have that conversation. We feel like we need to have that conversation more broadly, but we also needed to make a recommendation for right now because something was going to the board. So that's why we made the recommendation we did. And this is kind of it's really only part of what we might see going forward. I don't want this to go up. And what I said to Mark and to John back in December was we have to get rid of this apartment shuttle. And we were across the board in support of that. Up until the December meeting, we were all in support of increasing it in some way. And then in January, we had a discussion where one member of the committee wanted the fees to be different based on whether you were faculty or staff. So staff would pay less than faculty across the board. Staff and faculty would pay the same, I think, across the board. But if you were a faculty member and you wanted to park within West Georgia Drive, so say in the academic quad lot by Pafford where I park, you would have to pay extra, but the staff would not. And so this is partly a compromise because that subcommittee member did not want to see a graduated fee at all. And so again, I don't know if I said this in the first one, but this is a satisficing position. It is a stopgap. And we are recommending also that we continue to work on this because we need to take some of these concerns more seriously. Given the huge, I felt like it was quite a learning curve in figuring out what the debt service meant, and the fact that auxiliaries cannot use state funds is a big deal. That we need to keep working on this, but also it's hard to do a ridership survey or a bus need survey when we're in the middle of a pandemic and a lot of students are just not on campus. I've been on campus some this semester and it's kind of a ghost town in parts, not everywhere, but certainly there's places of it where you just don't see students as much as you used to. And I'm hoping that changes. And I don't think it's just, oh, well, enrollment dropped. It may be a shifting to a new normal, but we don't know yet. And we need to keep looking at this issue, because if we really don't need the red and the blue and the gray and the whatever bus lines we come up with next, then let's not have them. But if we do need them, then we have to have buses and we have to make sure our students can get to class. And so, it's not a pleasant thing, but the students pay, if they just take fall and spring, they pay $180. We pay $15. And I wish that nobody had to pay any of it. But if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. So.
Okay, Kathy.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for your work on this. I know it was very, very hard. I understand that. And it is a complicated issue. So thank you, everybody. My concern is with if you look at the different groupings, the different sections, people who are making between $25,000 and $35,000 are paying $5 more under the new scheme. Those between $50,000 and $75,000 are paying $10 more, while those at around $150,000 are paying $40 less. From $175,000 to $200,000, they're paying $35 less, and at $200,000, they're paying $20 less. It just seems to me that instead of putting the burden on those that are making less, if you didn't change or shifted some of that to the higher paying groups, where maybe the difference between the old and the new schedule wasn't quite so much, that actually the bottom line might be higher. My calculations might be correct. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. It does seem that the new proposal is flatter, that is less progressive, less graduated than the previous proposal. Any other comments that anyone wants to make before we move to a vote? Let's see. I do not see any hands. Let me just get back to the participants. Yeah, I think we're probably finished with the discussion. No one is weighing in right at the moment. So I think we're probably ready for a vote. So again, this is more symbolic than something that's actually going to change something, but it at least puts the Senate on record one way or the other. Jim Yoder, that is, were you trying to signal us? Did you have something that you wanted to say? Looks like your mic is on, but we're not getting anything. You can put something in the chat if you want to. There's nothing coming through. There's another question. Maybe this can go to Heather. Shouldn't those who have reserved spots pay more?
Yeah, I think they probably should. But how many reserve spots are there now? So I'm not sure. But I mean, that's something we can look into. This committee, honestly, we spent probably 8 hours in meetings, and about 6 of those were on trying to figure out the budget. And so, yeah. Nadia, sorry. I shouldn't laugh. It's a serious issue, but definitely, yeah. It's something that any subcommittee or committee working on this going forward can look at. And that's what we're recommending, especially with a new CBO coming in.
Okay, well, I think both sides have had a chance to present. People have had a chance to ask questions. So we will run this poll. If you vote yes to endorse this, then it's essentially endorsing the work of the committees that were involved. Most prominently, of course, the parking subcommittee, also the FITC that approved this. If you vote no, not to endorse it, what you're saying is that you do not approve this plan. You do not want to endorse the parking fee increase for next year as it's outlined in the report. So we'll launch the vote. Okay, for this, I'm going to need to make sure everyone has voted. So let me just give it about 10 seconds to see if we have every vote in, because it's kind of a nail biter, but it looks like it fails. 20 votes against, 19 votes in favor, 9 abstentions. Again, this will be our parking fee for next year. It was the recommendation of a Senate subcommittee and a Senate committee. It did go to the administration from the subcommittee, but the Senate has officially voted not to approve it. So thank you. We'll now move on to the next information item from the FITC.
My information item will take 2 minutes exactly, not a minute longer. So this, after concerns and questions were raised at the last Senate meeting about the difficulties navigating through WorkWest, FITC contacted a number of folks and we explained the concerns and we asked them, who's responsible for keeping, updating, and maintaining WorkWest, the program department and college sites, and who's responsible for the rest of the sites? We also asked, how can we help communicate through the proper channels the missing links? We got an answer immediately from the Director of Web Services, Iwa Zennerman. She contacted us with the following information. She said that they are in the process of changing the web governance VPs will assign web editors for divisions, colleges, and larger functional areas. She said once appointed by VPs and trained by UCM, the web editors will be responsible for maintaining sites for divisions, colleges, and programs. She also said that they've implemented systems, a site improve, I think it's how it's called, to find broken links, misspellings, out-of-date content, and other quality issues. She said web editors will have access to these tools and be held accountable for improving the web presence for their units. She also said that the website on the highest level, the WorkWest homepage, WorkWest navigation, WorkWest tool, those are all maintained by the UCM Web Services. She said they are also working towards a smaller and more manageable web presence and need help from all campus stakeholders. And since faculty and staff are subject experts and authors of a lot of the material online, she asked that we share the expertise with the editors. We know what should be on our program websites, etc. So she said, work with your editors to see what needs to be there. She did mention that they, of course, need, like everybody else, support from leadership to ensure they have proper staff resources and technology to support this process. And there were two main suggestions. Report all broken links that you find via the request for UCM Web Services form. And I'll give you the HTTPS address and the link form. And then she said, please also share with everyone the web editors list. And that's in the attachment that we have. And that is hopefully how we can help. They will be aware of the broken links and make this a better site, or at least a more manageable navigation-wise site. And that is my information item.
I was muted. Thank you. Any questions on this? Seeing none. Thank you, Yvonne. Appreciate that. So I don't think we have any old business today, but we do have some important new business. And I know that it's getting late, but I don't want to short circuit this conversation in any way. This is a very important conversation. So as you know, if you read the emails that I sent a few days ago, SB 377 is being very seriously considered by the state legislature. It has more than enough endorsers right now to easily pass the Senate. And it relates to universities as well as K through 12 education and how matters of race will be taught in classroom settings. So the provost, of course, said a few words about that early in the meeting. I hope that many of you have had a chance to read the text of SB 377 that is included in the agenda. And originally, my proposal to the Senate a couple weeks ago had been to possibly invite our state senator for Carrollton, Mike Dugan, to speak with us. Of course, that is not happening because of some communication we received from the administration regarding that. And so instead, what we're going to do is speak directly to the president through the form of a letter. And so I have asked Mike Hester, who's chair of the D&I committee, Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and he has kindly agreed to take notes at this discussion and formulate the thoughts, summarize the thoughts that are presented, the ideas that are presented in the form of a letter to the president. And we'll run that by the entire Senate for an electronic vote midpoint next week, maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on how quickly we can get that out. And then if it's approved, we can send it to the president at the end of next week. And the goal would be to communicate the concerns of the faculty and to provide some talking points for the president's meeting with state legislators, since the administration has made it clear that they would like to have all communication, all official communication from the university with the state legislature coming from a single point. So we want to have a voice in that process. And so I want to allow full time for this discussion, up to 45 minutes if we need it. And so what I would like any of you who would like to speak to do is to talk a little bit about what you think the president should know about this bill and related concerns, and what should be in our letter, what do you think are the most pertinent issues involved? And of course, if you teach on this topic, if you think it'll be directly affected by the legislation, we especially want to hear from you. But obviously, this is open to all faculty, senators, as well as faculty who are tuning in to this call. So the floor is open. Anyone is welcome to speak on this issue. If you'd like to speak, let's raise your hand. Gavin.
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused because with the bills, I mean, I suppose most bills are confusing. Maybe they're even designed to be so. But I teach criminology, and you cannot teach about criminology without talking about abundantly and proven on multiple times racial disparities. Is the delivery of fact banned under this bill? I mean, you know what I mean? I'm very concerned. Well, I'm not. I'm going to do it anyway, right? If it's truth, it's truth. It's not. So, what do you all think about that being an issue when you're just presenting facts that could fall foul of this bill? I just want advice from you guys.
Yeah, good point. Other thoughts in the conversation, responses to Gavin, Grace? I think that's a great way to open the conversation. Certainly something that can be mentioned. You know, the problem with this bill, so I'm mostly trying to moderate the discussion here, but obviously I have a vested interest in this teaching of modern American history. There are parts of the bill that can be interpreted as somewhat mutually conflicting with each other. So on the one hand, as the provost pointed out, the bill states that it doesn't infringe on academic freedom. On the other hand, it clearly lists certain ideas that cannot be stated. And while I think someone could probably could probably argue that the bill doesn't prohibit facts from being mentioned. It prohibits a certain interpretation. The fact of the matter is that the bill provides for means for which by which people can lodge complaints. And so ultimately, the question is, who is going to make this determination? Unfortunately, the final adjudicator of this is not going to be the faculty member, or a committee of faculty for that matter. The final adjudicator would be the USG. And that, I think, gets into some difficult areas. So Gavin asked, what are the sanctions if one is found guilty? The answer is the institution loses funding. So the faculty member is not penalized directly, but the institution is. And I think we'd be foolish to believe, obviously, that a faculty member might not suffer some sort of consequences if the institution itself is penalized.
So right now in the provision in the bill, as the institution loses a lot of money, then it doesn't mention anything about the faculty member being sanctioned. But I suppose then could a university put in place sanctions for an individual faculty member who has been found guilty? Can you see what I'm saying, Dan?
Right. It's not addressed in the bill, but I think at a local institutional level, one might expect that. I mean, if it were my class that received a complaint and the university lost a substantial amount of funding, I would feel a little uneasy myself. Probably I'm not the only one.
Also, I just have another question. Do you know, is it going to pass? And if it passes, will it be signed?
It has 30 co-sponsors in a Senate of 56. And the second co-sponsor is the Republican Senate Majority Leader. So it's it has more than enough to pass in a Republican Senate. And there's a Republican governor that has given every indication of supporting this sort of thing. So there are no obstacles to its passage currently.
Okay. Thanks, Dan.
Patrick, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, also similar to you as somebody teaching American literature, especially early, which falls into the period of American slavery, also have a vested interest in this conversation. And I'd like to point out that to me, what's most problematic here is, yes, of course, the conversation, can you teach facts or not? But sorry, now I lost it. Line 39 that is repeated several times about the feeling of discomfort, right? And even though this is phrased in a way as if only what's forbidden or excluded is teaching that somebody should feel discomfort. Now, I hope it's clear to everyone that we could very quickly, if a student is so inclined, get into a debate about intentionality, in which a student could say that because they felt discomfort as a result of the content of the class, therefore the class was designed for them to feel discomfort. Now, you can then, of course, as a rejoinder, as a faculty member, say that was not your intention for anybody to feel discomfort, but you're the one who structured the class in that way, let's say with certain discussions and reading assignments that, of course, may be designed to give people a healthy sense of discomfort about American history, et cetera, et cetera. So I would just like to point that as it's, to me, the most dangerous part, or the most really intrusive part that goes to the core of academic freedom here, because it puts then, even though, you know, Ben Shapiro always said facts don't care about your feelings, but here it seems to really put students' feelings first. And so that seems very dangerous to me, and therefore I think automatically is designed to put us on the defensive. And I really profoundly disagree with earlier statements made at the beginning of the faculty Senate meeting that the sponsors of the bill have orally said that it's not in their intention to limit academic freedom. What ultimately matters is the text of the law, and this is what it produces. So I just wanted to call everybody's attention to this in particular, if you haven't already.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Patrick. And I think that's the point that we probably should address. Actually, you made a couple points that we probably should address in the letter. One of those that you led off with is this question of the difference between presenting facts and then the question of the bill judging a faculty member by, or judging the legality of what a faculty member has said based on a student's feelings. And so there were 2 hours of hearings on this bill. I was able to attend the first one. I didn't attend the second one, but during the first hour of the hearings, the Democratic opponents of this bill repeatedly asked the sponsor, here's something, some example of racism in American history or current issues. Are teachers forbidden from saying anything about this? And in each case, the sponsor would say, no, we're allowed to teach about John Lewis at the Selma Bridge. We're allowed to teach about slavery. We're allowed to teach about some other things. And yet, what's being prohibited in the bill is communicating that in such a way that it causes students to have a certain feeling about themselves. And as you so well pointed out, that's it's kind of dangerous ground if your view of compliance with the law is going to be based on how a student interprets what was presented. It would seem perhaps to infringe on the ability to present certain information, even if the bill's sponsor says that it will not.
Yeah, you calling on me? Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, I mean, Patrick said a lot of what I wanted to say, but I certainly would point everyone's focus on a particular sentence in the bill that says, essentially says you cannot teach systemic racism exists in the United States. And I mean, we can play with what is a fact and what is not, but they're basically saying we can't take the facts and interpret it in a way that conflicts with their desired picture of what America is and what American history should be. So I would reiterate what Patrick said, that we've got to, plead with our president to take a stand for academic freedom against the politicization of teaching. It's very, very dangerous. And now that they have put in place these new requirements for P&T that allow so much to happen by just one negative evaluation in an annual review. I mean, you talk about what are the sanctions going to be? I'm sure that's the avenue through which those sanctions can come to be applied. So this is something, that is very disturbing, and it doesn't seem like our administration, or I'm not aware of any of the administrators in the USG system who are standing up against this politicization. It's just, they're just sitting back and just hoping that it's not going to be as bad as they think it's going to be. But the language in that bill makes it very clear that, we are going to be closely watched in the way that we present, and not just American history, but anything to do with America. Systemic racism, anyone teaching anything to do with American society is going to have to be aware and careful, but they shouldn't even have to be in the first place. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to say. That's got to be expressed in some way.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine. And I'll go to Rob in just a second, but I want to read something that came in privately through the chat. There are some people who would like to add some things. So here's a statement that came in through the chat. I agree with Gavin, with your earlier point, Gavin. I teach first year writing. I teach first year writing, and we engage with writing that is inherently interdisciplinary. I'm not sure that a class can be taught without, sorry, my laptop screen is not quite working. Okay, without alienating our most vulnerable and often marginalized students. And then it continues. And I also want to note, but I'm afraid to say out loud, not being tenured, that Kelly's dismissal of Rosemary's point, this is earlier when we were during the Q&A, as you probably remember, is particularly disheartening because she is an expert in this field and has the authority to say that it is different than previous legislation. It is not the same. So I think that's a comment that should be noted. Rob, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. I share what Elaine just said. I share the concern about the lack, what I see as a lack of a more forceful repudiation of this assault on academic freedom on the part of our administrators. I think that we are in a very vulnerable position right now, and this is as much as I've ever seen a time where they need to stand up for us. I would hope that they're working together with other presidents and provosts in the system to present a united front in defense of academic freedom. I'd like to suggest to our administrators that they mention to legislators that this is a probable violation of the Constitution to try to inhibit academic freedom in this way. The Supreme Court has recognized the value of academic freedom in the domain of teaching and research quite directly. I'd also like to suggest there may be a Sachs dimension here. The Board of Regents and institutions are supposed to protect faculty and by extension students from undue political influence. This is a clear case of undue external pressure from legislators who are not experts in the field. So I think this is a violation of our constitutional rights and of our principles of accreditation.
I think those are important points, Patrick.
Right. Rob and maybe others already mentioned students. And my question was, is there a response to this from our SGA or other SGAs from around the system? Because it seems like if we want to make an argument, and Mike Hesser has raised this before in our executive committee, an argument to our legislators that we have to be aware of unintended consequences. I think those could be especially strong among the student body, because I could foresee then, based on this legislation, situations where students actually want to address issues such as systemic racism. Okay, so what if you're not the one generating that particular verbiage, but the students do? And what do you do as a faculty member? Do you shut down the conversation? But if you take our mission seriously of educating students, we have to engage with those issues or those questions. But what I'm saying here is it can quickly also infringe on the academic freedom of our students. And we should certainly care about their academic freedom, even if so many of our legislators don't seem to care about the academic freedom of faculty. So I do think that we really need to make that a strong rhetorical point, or just a strong argumentative point in our letter or response, whatever we do.
Other thoughts that people want to share? Rob, I know your hand is up. That maybe from before, but if not, just flag me and
sorry, that's from before. But I just now that I've accidentally raised my hand, I just wanted to say that, you know, following up on what Patrick said, how could you possibly lead students in a discussion of like a Jordan Peele film or a Toni Morrison novel in one of your classes? You know, these are widely considered by experts in the field to be essential works in American film studies, American literature, without opening up these lines of inquiry.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I guess maybe as we turn a quarter in this discussion here and move a little bit closer to talking about what should actually be in the letter, it might be good to think about what we want to, what would make the strongest case. And perhaps, as you suggested, Rob, maybe even giving a few examples, not examples of tied to any particular instructor, but examples of things that are commonly done in the field that would be put in jeopardy with this bill. Because I think that there's an impression by the people who are either neutral on the bill or supportive of it in the state legislature that this is not going to have a substantial impact on the sort of things that would happen at a place like the University of West Georgia. And so perhaps mentioning some common readings, some common sources, some common films that that lead to this sort of inquiry could be a way to make the case. Of course, this cuts across so many disciplines when you actually think about what could be affected. It's we're familiar from the standpoint of maybe our own discipline and a couple other disciplines that might be closely related, but when we actually stop to think about it and think about which groups on campus would be affected, we're talking about quite a few different colleges, something that goes across the entire university. Kathy, go.
I'm just wondering how many other disciplines have had the APA in October of 21 had a formal apology to people of color for the APA's role in promoting, perpetuating, and failing to challenge racism and racial discrimination all the way across the United States, challenging human hierarchy, right, in the US. So the APA has a very formal statement that suggests that we need to, in fact, educate people on this, right? The discipline of psychology alone has labels that point directly to critical race theory. I consider myself a critical psychologist, right? And that's based in critical race theory. I am a feminist psychologist, and that is also very close to critical race theory. And therefore, I am essentially being shut down and silenced in anything that I attempt to teach. And this is just the discipline of psychology. I can only imagine that all the way across the university, there are disciplines that have statements just like this that suggest that we need to, in fact, educate our young people on these things that have, in fact, oppressed people of color, trans women, disabled, large groups of people become marginalized because of this lack of education. And now they're saying that we can't. So I'm certain that there are other disciplines that have similar sorts of statements, and we might be able to include those in our conversation or in our letter to the president as a way to support this idea that what is being presented is unconstitutional. Your mic is off.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a good suggestion of looking at the statements of professional organizations of our various disciplines. So in terms of the lines of argument that could be used, we have the legal argument, and Rob mentioned that, and he's also sent out, to me at least, though I think actually maybe all the faculty or large numbers of faculty, some of the AAUP materials on this that cite specific court cases that would make the constitutional argument. There's certainly the argument of academic freedom, and describing exactly what academic freedom is. The bill purports to protect academic freedom or exempt considerations of academic freedom from this bill, but clearly that's not the case. So I think explaining what exactly academic freedom is and why it's affected by this bill would be very useful. Bringing in the issue of accreditation, the threat of losing that in the state if this bill was passed. The academic freedom of students, the freedom of students to learn, to engage in open discussion without fear of the law stepping in. And this bringing in the statements of professional organizations saying that our ability to practice what our discipline is all about could be in jeopardy. All of these could certainly be included in the letter. Mentioning, I appreciate the suggestion to look at the impact on teacher certification programs, because we tend to think that we're focused, at least sometimes I've thought, okay, we're focused on what happens on a university campus, but of course, if part of the mission of the university is training teachers, then any bill that affects K through 12 education would be of concern as well. Beth.
From the pre-service teacher education aspect, so my research is founded in critical race theory. So this coming in a sense, would prohibit me continuing this type of research in my class. It's in a children's literature class. So the books that we read, the conversations that we have, I'm just thinking about, like, do I need a new line of research now? So I didn't know if that plays into anybody else's thoughts either with what they're conducting now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very fine line between our research and our teaching. And if some of us are writing about these issues, it's really hard not to bring those into the classroom. So the bill doesn't directly say something about research, but research seems to be partly the target of David Knight's letter. So it's not too far away if it's already on the radar of the state legislature. I received a private message in the chat that said, could the letter request that all references to higher education be removed from this bill if faculty members are not the intended population. And as someone said, it doesn't matter what legislators say about the bill. What matters is what's written in the bill. And that is an interesting question. If we had the opportunity to talk to Senator Dugan, that's actually the number one question that I wanted to ask him, is this question of why were faculty members, why was the USG included in the bill? And it does seem like the legislature is trying to have it both ways. So the focus in the hearing, at least the first hour of the hearing, was entirely on K through 12 education, and yet clearly the legislature is very interested in what's happening on university campuses, as David Knight's letter to the USG chancellor indicated. So that's a point that's worth considering. We have a question: how does this affect graduate assistant funding? I assume that is if the graduate assistants are involved in research on some of these issues. The state legislators who are in favor of this bill have consistently said that they are not opposed to any sort of historical inquiry. What they're opposed to is how we teach about these things. But of course, there's a fine line there that I'm not sure is going to be always clearly upheld. And Richards reminds us that even if we can't speak to Mike Dugan as a faculty senate, each individual senator can, of course, write a personal letter, obviously from your own private email address, not from the university email. And I think that's right. I do think that's a good idea. I do plan to do that, but I think there's also a great deal of value, and I think you would probably agree on that. There's a great deal of value in communicating with a unified voice as the Senate officially to the president, and saying, these are some thoughts of the university faculty, and we would like the president to be aware of these things as the president speaks to state legislators. So I think it's a both and approach. Obviously, we can have this discussion, and we can also, of course, write to our local representatives and state senators on this behalf. And for those of you who live in Carrollton, this is, of course, a great opportunity to write to Mike Dugan, because not only is he someone who is the second co-sponsor of this bill, but he's also the Republican Senate Majority Leader. So his opinion on this matter is going to carry greater weight, potentially, than the opinion of some state legislators. And we have Mike Dugan's contact information posted. Any other thoughts that people want to add on this? Dr. Preston.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you all and the concern that you've got on this. Just want to remind people, and I clarified this to Faculty Senate Executive Committee last week. I want to make sure people are protected and remind you that any communication externally needs to be done by USG policy using a private email, not UWG email. I'm looking to make sure people are protected in this, and that you understand the rules the USG expects. So I forwarded that to Faculty Senate Executive Committee. I'll be sending it to all faculty just as a friendly reminder so that people are protected on that. So please make sure that as you all are reaching out, and I affirm your right and support your voice in doing so, but please make sure that you're not using institutional resources to do that. I want to make sure everyone's protected under the USG rules there. Thank you.
Thank you. Gavin.
Could I, for example, the bill is talking about the systematically racist, right? Now, it might be semantics, but I'm going to have to be very careful now about the way I do things. It might be semantics because there are, for example, there are systematic racial inequalities in the criminal justice system in the United States. Under this bill, could I get in trouble for saying it?
Well, I mean, that's an open question, isn't it? I mean, I suspect if the bill passes, there are creative ways to continue doing a lot of what we do. And we could try to make a defense of ourselves, and probably would, one would hope we would be upheld. We would hope there would be no complaints. But the thing is, it creates this potential for legal jeopardy for anyone. And in the end, we don't get to interpret the bill as the final arbiters. It's the USG, led by the incoming chancellor. So, it's kind of the luck of the draw. I think if a student were to complain, it would be reason for some concerns, for some fear on the part of a faculty member. And this creates the basis by which people could do that. It seems to be very broadly based in terms of the potential for complaints. It tends to be rather vague. And so I think a lot of faculty members would simply not know exactly what is going to trigger somebody into making a complaint. And so it would add a new dimension of fear to our teaching, where it would be difficult to say for certain, whether someone was in jeopardy or not, would be the way I would interpret it. So I think one can make a case that we could say great deal. Certainly when questioned, the state legislators who are in favor of this will have said, oh, this is not a problem. Someone can say this, someone can say that. But then there are not a whole lot of limits in this bill as to what might rein in the parameters of the interpretation of a scrutinizing body like the USG if they are asked to look into a matter. Bruce.
On mute. Thank you, Dan. I really have a question for the provost and the president, if he's still on. A sort of a two-part question. A little bit of history used to be that at least once a year, sometimes even more often, we would invite legislators to our campus, and they were pleased to come, and they would answer questions and talk to the faculty and so on. So I'm not sure now whether we were doing something wrong in those days when we used to invite them to have this discourse. And we did this regularly. This happened, as I said, at least once a year. Or whether that seems to me it would have been an ideal kind of thing for these questions to be asked directly of Mike Dugan. So let me call that question one, or item one. The second question is specifically to the provost and the president. Where do you draw the line? Can you give us some guidance as to what kind of speech you will defend and strongly advocate for? If a student calls you, and when I was in administration, I received phone calls from angry parents, and mostly it was parents, about various what they perceived as being attacks on their faith or whatever. And I can say without a doubt that I was a strong and vocal, very respectful, but very strong and very vocal defender of the faculty. Now, I teach statistics, so it does not impact my life, but I strongly believe that we have to protect the rights of our colleagues who do teach in these areas. So that second question is, give us, the faculty, some guidance as to what you will defend and you will go to bat for, and say, no, I understand you have a concern. I'll talk with the parent, I'll appease, I'll stroke. As I said, very respectfully, but I would always defend the faculty member's right to say, obviously, AAUP defines what is protected speech in the classroom. Obviously, you don't want people spouting stuff outside of their discipline and so on. So that's the other question, the second part of that question. There's two separate kind of statements, two separate questions.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Dr. Preston. Do you want
Yeah, I'll
to?
echo comments that I made in the Faculty Senate Executive Committee a week ago. I'll start with answering the second question and say, as I mentioned at the beginning of this Faculty Senate meeting, I affirm the diversity of thought and academic freedom within the disciplines across the campus. So I say that often, and individual specific situations I can't really comment to. But I begin with that affirmation of academic freedom and the good work that our faculty are doing across their disciplines. To the first question about invitation, my ask of the Faculty Senate Executive Committee was that if we are to do an invitation, Karen Owen and others are doing some great work in interfacing externally with legislators. We've got so within academic discipline, absolutely, that's appropriate. My ask is that we coordinate with Dr. Crutchfield's office and government relations. So anytime that someone wants to invite an external legislator to campus, I support that. I think we should be well connected and serve the communities that we are in service to, and coordinate that with Dr. Crutchfield so that we might want someone to come on campus. They might already be coming on campus. There could be an outstanding invitation already extended. And so best practice would be to communicate that and coordinate that through Russell Crutchfield's office. Great questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you to everyone for this. I think this has given us some good ideas. So as I said, Mike is going to take the lead in drafting this. And Mike, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I've been taking notes, what everybody says. I also took notes at the executive committee that has been referenced from last Friday. Right now, the letter has sort of 3 different categories of issues being raised. So I want to quickly and briefly mention what those are. So one is communication on campus. So that would be the question of, for example, an individual's name who has come up now multiple times in our meetings is Russell Crutchfield, who has not someone that actually attends our meetings. And so the question would be, should that person, given how much power they have to determine whether we're going to invite a government official to campus, perhaps they should be attending these meetings and in a regular and timely fashion, communicating with us all of the wonderful things that they're learning about government activity. So that's one issue. And so how the administration communicates with employees on campus and how employees on campus might communicate with the appropriate authorities on campus with regards to these issues. The second category is protection of faculty. So this actually goes back to the question that was raised earlier when Shelley and Rosie brought this up. And just to correct, unfortunately, he's not here. I don't mind doing it to his face, but to correct the president, Shelley's comment wasn't actually defending that those other options were better. It was actually showing that there is a diverse response within the USG, which seems to counter the claim that the USG is in charge and telling us how we have to handle these. There's clearly different ways that they are being handled. And so the second part is, and this goes back to the question that was asked of Dr. Preston, that he affirmed very clearly the diversity of thought in academic disciplines. Since Gavin Lee brought up his example, Dr. Preston could potentially respond to that specific example of if Gavin Lee were to say that in classroom, is that something West Georgia would defend? But more importantly, what is our administration going to do to make sure that our faculty and any employees who might be deemed to run afoul of this law, how are they going to be defended, protected, advocated for? So that's sort of the second category. And then the third one is the academic freedom. And these are all of the lists that we've sort of had anecdotally provided of, I say this in a classroom, or my discipline requires this, or certification requires that. That seems to be the third category. So those 3, how we communicate internally to make sure we're strategizing properly with regards to our response, how the administration defends and advocates on behalf of employees, and then third, the content of the bill and what it does to academic freedom and learning in higher education generally. So those are sort of the 3 categories that the letter will be addressing. And if folks want to send me an email, feel free to send more information. More examples are fine. There's been some that have been raised in others So yeah, that's what that's where the letter's at now. Obviously, Dan asked me to draft it, so that'll be shared before anything's turned in. It's the voice of the faculty senate, so everyone will have a chance to review that.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And I guess we'll see with that first category, there may be some duplication with what we'll be talking about next with the resolution. And then you can decide based on what we do with the resolution as to what you want to include with the first section, or whether that is necessary alongside the resolution. You can make that determination. But yeah, in regard to the last point, I think a lot of the discussion today has provided a number of arguments for that third category regarding academic freedom. That obviously there's a constitutional argument, and Rob has shared quite a bit of information on that you probably already have anyway. There's the accreditation argument. There's the idea of academic freedom of students, quite a few academic freedom arguments, and then obviously a number of specific examples of the ways in which this bill could potentially have sweeping effect. And I think alongside that would be the fact that this bill is very vague in terms of how it would be determined as to who is in violation of the bill. It provides, it creates a situation in which there would not be faculty protection, no real sense of due process to meet this rather vague standard of state law, and that the bill's affirmation of academic freedom, purported affirmation of academic freedom, is incompatible with the rest of the bill. And so I think demonstrating that could be very useful. But you're right, people will have a chance to weigh in on this. I think what I may do is, once you send me the letter, we can send it out for discussion and review electronically. And then, once it seems like there's a general consensus, we can certainly move toward a vote. Rob.
Thank you. Just real quick. I want to, first of all, thank Dr. Preston and Dr. Kelly for the opportunity to provide this feedback and for their commitment to taking it seriously. I'd just like to return to something that Dr. Sethna said and maybe rephrase it a little bit. And I'm wondering if you feel comfortable, Dr. Preston, just telling us here in the Senate whether or not you feel SB 377 does indeed represent a threat to academic freedom within the university system of Georgia.
I appreciate the question, and I affirm academic freedom. And let me again go back to that. I'm not comfortable commenting on any particular pending legislation. In particular, as I just mentioned, the USG has government relations people that are working and tracking hundreds of various bills. And I'm confident that they are working in the best interest of our students and faculty. So I defer to them on that. So I can't say it any more clearly, my support for academic freedom and the work that faculty are doing in the classroom, but I'm not comfortable commenting on pending legislation.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate this discussion, and I want to make sure, it's very late, obviously, for most compared to some of our Senate meetings in the past, but I appreciate everyone staying on for just a few more minutes. I want to move toward a discussion and vote on the resolution on the administration's communication with the Faculty Senate about government activities. This is a resolution that originated through the Executive Committee in response to the discussion that we had with Dr. Preston last week at the Executive Committee meeting last Friday. And a number of people felt that there needed to be a statement made by the faculty to the president and the administration on the way in which the administration communicates with the faculty regarding pending legislation, that there was a concern that the administration had not gone to the faculty in this regard, that if the Senate hadn't taken up the issue of SB 377, that faculty would potentially never have heard from the administration on this, and that there's not a lot of opportunity to influence the administration's response on issues of legislation. So what we would like, we decided, is a more systematic and regularized process of mutual conversation on issues of political activity in the state that could affect faculty. That if we had those opportunities for dialogue with the administration, then the administration could go out and defend faculty interests in the legislative arena, and we wouldn't have to worry as much about whether we could invite state senators to campus or not, to speak with the Senate. So, any discussion of this item that's coming to the Senate for a vote from the Faculty Senate Executive Committee? Is there, does anyone want to ask questions about this or weigh in on this, make comments, add anything that I have omitted in my brief summary? Again, I know it's pretty late, and maybe people are kind of exhausted. It's hard to have a long conversation, another long conversation. I guess if there are no comments, and I don't see anything coming through in the chat, I don't see anything, I don't see any hands raised. So if that's the case, then I suppose we're ready for a vote. So last call for comments or questions. Seeing none, we're ready to launch the vote. And it looks like this passes with 31 votes in favor, 34 votes in favor, one vote against, and 5 abstentions. So thank you for this. This will be communicated, of course, to the president, included in the Faculty Senate minutes. Any announcements that anyone has? Is there anything that we should know before we close today? Anything that anyone wants to bring up? Last call before we adjourn for the day. Seeing no hands, thank you, everyone. It looks like we came in just under 5 o'clock. I appreciate everyone staying for this long meeting, and have a great weekend. See you next month. Meeting's adjourned.